It's a good time that Marxists began to look at it more closely, because that's going to be the next chapter in the instability ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. Next up is Matthias from Bucknell University.
Okay. So I follow the important economists from SOAS. I'm an unimportant economist from somewhere in Pennsylvania. In the middle of Pennsylvania. So first of all, I want to thank Clara and Scott and Bruno and Jisoo. Yes, thank you. Yes. For the invitation, for the organization, all the stuff that you've done, to organize all of this. I was going to talk fundamentally about inflation, and I had a PowerPoint, but I decided that the PowerPoint is probably besides the point, and it was perhaps too technical. So, somebody, he know that I was born in Argentina. My family left in a year before the coup, so I grew up in Brazil. I'm more Brazilian than Argentinian, but just to be annoying, I'm going to cite Jorge Luis Borges, the Argentinian writer, that he didn't write novels. He said he only wrote short stories, and the reason to write short stories was that you can always give the same story in 500 pages or in 500 words. So in a sense, and he did it well. I'm not going to do it well. I'm going to be a very poor sort of describer of what I want to do about inflation, but I thought that given the conference and the role of Che, which nobody said, I had in my PowerPoint, by the way, it's the only reason I really regret not using the PowerPoint, is that I had a photo of Che Guevara. But fair enough. Nobody, it's the, and by the way, major mistake with your little, the lighter, the lighthouse, you should have, somebody said, I think Clara said, that you should have the, Che's beret, or something like that in the...
We did that at the beginning, but it looked too communist. So
no, I see with your president that could have been an issue, so I'll shut up. At any rate, I already, lost most of my time. So what I want to talk a little bit is about, three things I want to say. On the one hand, I want to say something about heterodoxy. What is heterodox economics and why we're here and what we do, and what I want to say essentially is that heterodox communities are essentially here for the reproduction of the heterodox community. So that's our role here, and that's an important thing to do in the middle of what we are, which is a fundamental defeat. I think Ricardo said it in a way that he was here for the two relevant crises that we've lived, and this, I think, the 2008 crisis and how we reacted to it, which was a failure. And the left had, and progressives and heterodox people had some possibility of doing something in many places, including Latin America and Brazil, where I grew up, and certainly in Argentina. We failed, and so this is reckoning with the wreckage and with the defeat, and I think that's what we have to think about. So an heterodox center is a place to survive, the long winter that is coming. I want to talk a little bit about inflation, so I'm going to have a little core there if I can, do it. And if I have time, I'm going to say something about Argentina and Brazil in order to illustrate some of, the relevance of heterodox economics to discuss inflation and to discuss the realities of certain countries. Actually, I think it was Ingrid, when she was a graduate student at the new school, that invited me to the new school, and when I said, that heterodox, why the new school was there, and I think Che, in many ways, and the department at Tulsa played that same role. It's the production of heterodox economists by means of heterodox economists. So that's what we're doing, and heterodoxy, in my view, I'm going to be neo-Ricardian, not Ricardo, David Ricardo. I'm referring to Ricardo Bellofiore here, who talked before and said that that economics, political economy, properly called, is, scientific economics. And and in my way of defining it, and I don't mean to be, I don't want to be dogmatic, and I say those two principles in a very broad sort of understanding of them. So one is that we think, heterodox people have to, one thing, think of distribution as conflictive. So that comes in very different forms for different groups. Some of us think in terms of prices of production. Prices of production come in many flavors, from some Marxist traditions to Straffian to some think in terms of markups. I have my own views on that. I'll shut up. Nobody wants to know that, and it's probably going to create more conflict than it should. And we should, by the way, we should be fragmented. I have no problem with that. I'll say something about that in a second. The second important thing is that we have to believe that output is demand determined. And so that, what really limits our ability to grow beyond the things that Jamie was talking yesterday, we live in an entropic world and whatnot, it's, in fact, we can grow more than, and we can wreck the planet, because we can grow very fast if we decide to, because we can push demand. It's politics. That's why it's political economy. That's why you cannot sort of get rid of that. So there is a sort of an important element in that. And again, there are many different theories of how you sort of think about the instability that's provoked in capitalist societies because of the way of and how you formalize those things. So those things are important. As I said, there are many schools, many divisions, many sort of things in that. In the way I think, and I'm Nicholas, which I don't know if he's in the room, but he presented this morning. He said, he's there. He said something that I think it's absolutely correct. We are orthodox in a way. So the whole point of heterodox economics is that we go back to classical political economy, and go back to the most, Rafa would say, the most advanced version of that, which was Marx. That's the name of the game. It's building up on that tradition. So we are fragmented by definition, and that's not a problem. The mainstream is very fragmented. The notion that there is a monolithic, sort of theory that we are sort of contesting is somewhat incorrect too. They're very fragmented. They are in doubt and in crisis. So I think that should be taken into consideration. I'll try. I don't have enough time, so I'm going to say something about inflation. So the views of inflation, so how inflation is understood in the heterodox arena, comes from that tradition, okay? So the very first debate in economics, relevant debate, it's between Bullionists and anti-Bullionists. It's between Mr. Ricardo, who was a classical, and somebody said it this morning, Marx says about him in a footnote, his love of truth. It's about the chapter on machinery. It's absolutely, scientific in the sense that he is the one that gives foundation to the idea of class conflict, which is in the title of this panel. He is the one that says that capital and labor are in conflict, and Marx liked that. And so he is the one that it's for the idea that what caused inflation in England is the Bank of England printing too much money. And on the other hand, you have another classical author, Thomas Tuck, from where Marx says when he passes that one of the last, great classical authors has passed. Tuck is to say, no, inflation was caused by, high price of, corn because of bad, crops, and the embargo of Mr. Napoleon. That's what caused higher costs, and that's what's causing inflation. So the debates have been, and one has endogenous money, the other has exogenous money. Those things are with us. What brings inflation to what Clara told us? Inflation is conflict. It's one person that is central to all of our endeavors in many ways, Joan Robinson. Joan Robinson, in her review of a book by an Italian author called Constantino Bresciano Turroni, on the theories of inflation and the German hyperinflation, she points out that there are two theories. One that suggests that inflation in Germany was caused by the excessive printing of the Reichsbank and the financing of the deficits, the Allied school. And the other is the balance of payment school, the German balance of payment school, a guy called Hofrich. And the two theories is one is inflation is caused by printing money and deficits and excess demand, and the other is caused by depreciation of the German currency that increases the price of imported goods and forces a left-of-center government, Weimar Republic, to push wages up, because once you depreciate the currency and imported goods go up, the real wages go down, so you have to give them, you have, costs going up. And she says the only, in this picture that it's missing in the two schools is one thing, is that you need for inflation wage resistance. And you need workers to, demand higher wages, and so you need conflict. And why do I bring this up? And I was going to talk about mostly this and Latin American theories of inflation, but I won't have time to do that. I have like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. He's giving me 2 more. My ex-wife says that I'm open to the monologue, so I'm not going to talk about the Latin American, inflation, but I think it's important to discuss this issue of wages and our interpretation of what happened, because one of the important things that we have to do is, reflect of what happened. And if we learn the wrong lessons of what happened, the inflationary crisis, I think we're going to be in significant trouble. I think that there are, within heterodoxy, a significant, lack of understanding of what happened in the last crisis. There has been, for political reasons, a view that if you say that wages, we didn't the panel is austerity, inflation, and conflict. We have austerity, but we didn't during the last crisis. One of the good things of the pandemic is that actually both Trump first and then Biden spent significant amount of money, and they allowed demand to continue. That demand allowed, for example, the demand for cars to continue, and people were buying used cars, and because there was no supply of used cars, the prices went up. So yeah, sure, that's part of the explanation of why some prices went up. Demand was still there. So we didn't have austerity, but we did not have is conflict. And we didn't have much inflation. To tell you the truth, we didn't. 8% is not inflation. I live with 2,000% inflation. So, we didn't have inflation. So we didn't have inflation. We didn't have conflict. We didn't have, we didn't have inflation because we didn't have, conflict. But we didn't have austerity too. What we are learning, though, is that we need more austerity, and that, that's my fear, and that, that it was big, evil corporations that caused inflation, which wasn't. It was shocks and propagation mechanism. We didn't have the propagation mechanism because labor is incredibly weak. So I have 2 little papers on Catalyst and the review of Keynesian economics, and you see that the number of strikes didn't go up. We have a little bit of strikes. Nothing happened, in that arena. So I think that that's one of the problematic things. I have in my 2 minutes perhaps, and so I'm going to I want to bolt and say something. And by the way, saying that wages are central to the process of inflation is not blaming workers for inflation, okay? And also I should say the important thing about, inflation is not a problem. Nobody didn't vote for Biden because of inflation. People vote because of their income, how much money they have in their pockets. If wages go above inflation, and he didn't do crap on Palestine and so on and so forth, the results might have been different. That's another discussion, completely different. But my point is, inflation is not necessarily, shut up, Matthias, is what the phone is telling me. So that's not the problem. Very briefly about Latin America. I think that also, that in particular in the case of Argentina, more than in Brazil, we are in danger of learning the wrong lessons. And there has been a praise, both by heterodox economists in Argentina itself, but in the international press, of the suggestion that Milei's government has been incredibly successful in bringing inflation. And I don't have much time, I'm going to just say this. So inflation in Argentina was high. It was high for a long while. I worked at the Central Bank of Argentina more than a decade ago. At that time, it was high. It was 25%. By the way, Argentina stopped growing in 2011. We have completely stagnated. That's the year I entered the Central Bank of Argentina. So I don't know, but I think I might have caused a problem. We never grew again. So if it's true that that markets sort of look at what the central bank says, these people are not trustworthy. If they have this guy, so we never grew again. The point is, inflation was about 25%. It's where inflation is heading now. What happened over the very last period before Milei is that we have no reserves, we have no dollars. Like the Germans in 23 had to pay reparations and they had no dollars. And the exchange rate, sort of got out of control. And that's what caused inflation. Milei, when he entered, he depreciated the currency, by 100%. So he doubled the exchange rate. And that accelerated inflation. So inflation went from, and I'll finish with this, went from 12% to 25% per month, okay? And if you put it on an Excel file and do the math, it's like we're talking 290% inflation a year. So it's not just adding up. And he then proceeded to do what? To do two things that you do if you really want to stabilize, and he stabilized. Inflation is 2% a month. We're back to something like 20, 30% a year. So what he did is he held wages and he held exchange rate. So that's it. The fiscal policy that he pursued just caused the recession. So we have a very heterodox stabilization process, but disguised as a very orthodox one, and the orthodoxy that was under attack at the IMF in the mainstream is back resurgent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias. As you just all heard, Matthias is a very important economist. Actually, I myself came to study economics from, activist or agitator or whatever, being involved in movements and trying to figure out how does it actually work. And so I entered in a PhD program, which I wasn't planning on finishing, but anyway, here I am. But it's, but Matthias's work is like some kind of work I try to always look at to try to understand, what's going on and how these things are working. So thank you very much. The next two speakers are going to be slightly different. They're not academics, thank God. And so first we have Hara, who is the head of the largest union in Iceland.
Thank you. Thank you for having me and thank you for creating this. Yesterday, you were encouraged to argue, which is a good thing to do. And I want to follow this lead and also give an encouragement. And I want to encourage all of you to exercise intellectual generosity. Because we who work outside academia, someone yesterday said in the real world, I don't know how real it is, but I know that we need ideas and we need knowledge. We might not understand all the empirical data or the details of your theoretical framework, maybe we're not interested in it, but we do understand the reality that we face every day, we try to organize. As a trade unionist, I'm strongly aware that one of our main opponents is Orthodox economics. Before we ever even get down to the bargaining table with employers, economists, and not just from academia, the central bank, or the government, but even our own, our labor movement economists, inform us that better wages will cause inflation, dooming everyone to a wage price spiral, insisting that wages will make possible economic stability, that lower wages will make possible economic stability and enhanced competitiveness. The labor movement is an unnatural bug in these economic models, a problem preventing their magical equilibrium mechanisms from doing the work. For years, the Icelandic labor movement was led by economists who would stand in front of a whiteboard and pull out a pen and start doing their maths. And there would be formulas and pluses and minuses and A's and B's and X's and whatever you have. And the result would be, and guess what? The result would be salaries can't be increased. So let us make only so-called moderate demands. And last year, and I should tell you that the Icelandic labor movement is one of the strongest in the world. We have the highest union density, I think, after North Korea. So we're pretty good. And last year, the Icelandic labor movement, led by industrial frontriders, that's the people who sign contracts first and then insist that the rest of us follow, they signed collective agreements with salary increases below inflation, referring the central bank's ideology that inflation and salaries are so deeply connected that if you want inflation down, start with people's incomes. The hope, or to be more precise, the promise to working people was that interest rates would drop almost immediately. This was a year ago. They were 9.25 at the time. And guess what they are now, a year later? A whole year of salary rises below inflation. They're at 8 points. And they just went down by 0.5 the day before yesterday. And in the meantime, 1/4 of households have reached the end of their fixed rates term, resulting in a reality where medium-income households in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, people who should have a fair share in the product of their labor, these households struggle economically if their dishwasher breaks down. Because whatever savings they might have had have been transferred to the banks. In the face of this economic narrative and the social power that backs it, people just get on with it, somewhat accepting the politics that protect those who own but transfer the burdens to those who work and those who have housing debts. Basically all of us who are just exercising the universal human right of having a home. So when I say intellectual generosity, I am desperately calling for ideas and counter-narratives of how to combat this. How can I organize at least my union so that my board and my members understand that the economics ruling their lives are not based on unalterable laws of physics, but on political ideology? How can I encourage them to ask the right questions so that we can move towards a framework that works for working people and for the planet? And I want to give 2 examples of intellectual generosity. One is Clara Mattei. Responding to my invitation to Iceland within minutes and being on a plane a few weeks later to give a talk in our union headquarters in Reykjavik, happy to work around the resources that I had at the time, the resources that I could secure. And not only giving a brilliant talk, but also speaking to press, meeting with academia, and having conversations with anyone who would be bothered to listen. Another is Jamie Galbraith, who has answered my numerous emails where I'm trying to understand inflation, but even more importantly, the politics of inflation. He's always careful in his advice, as he's not the World Bank that goes around and tells everybody that the same solutions work everywhere. But he gives me the right questions to ask, the tools that I need to poke holes in the central bank's dogma. He gives me the words that I can use, sitting against the employer's economists, so that I can shock them by saying, well, you need to be able to think beyond the Phillips curve. If you can think at all. And this is intellectual generosity in praxis. So I'd say get together at conferences, define yourselves, argue about your empirical data, make sure it holds, we need it to hold, and develop your individual theoretical frameworks, but then get out. Share your thoughts, help us understand, and make sense of the reality that we face every day. Teach and learn, we need it, and the world desperately needs it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Bob. He was the promised tax expert, promised by Scott yesterday. So, Bob. Does somebody know the password?
That's a Seinfeld episode right there.
It's okay. So, you want to get started without it, or you want to start talking about the graph?
It comes right up at the
Yeah.
beginning, so.
Okay. Is there a different login or
Bruno.
switch user?
Password.
It's Jesus' account.
Can you use a different sign-in?
Okay, we can use mine, but we don't have the PowerPoints here.
Oh. It's on the desktop, no?
So some issues. Isn't this the password? This is the password.
Jesus has everything under control. You wrote it down.
Now you close your eyes, please. Okay, fingers crossed.
Perfect.
I need to be here, sorry. Perfect. I need this. Sorry.
Bob?
Thanks. It's great to be here. I'm not an academic. I've spent my career as a tax lawyer, and I currently work in the federal tax space. I work with an organization called the Patriotic Millionaires, who are wealthy Americans who believe the undertaxation of America's rich is threatening our democracy. And really, I work in the kind of the intersection between tax policy and inequality. I saw this graphic on Twitter a week or so ago, and I wanted to start with it because I think it capsulizes where we've gone in the last 42 years and how threatened our democracy is by the concentration of wealth in America. So you start out in 1982 with this incredibly elite group, the top 0.00001% of Americans. 19 Americans. We currently have 190 million households. So they're the top 1/10 millionth of the population. And they have wealth of $3.1 trillion now, out of 146 trillion. So over 2% of the country's wealth in just these 19 people. 42 years ago, they had under 0.2%. It's more than a tenfold increase. And I think Gabe Zuckman has a linear y-axis for it because it's easier for folks on Twitter and elsewhere to follow. But this really is not a linear progression. It's a geometric progression. So if we continue this trend, if policies in America allowed this trend to continue for another 42 years, we would have these 19 people, adjusted for inflation, maybe 25, owning 20% of the wealth in the country. That's how bad it is. And when you consider the policies that contribute to this extreme concentration of wealth, many contribute to it. Over these last 42 years, we've had an incredible failure in wage policy. The minimum wage is half what it used to be, what it was in 1968. We've had a failure in labor policy. Organized labor has been decimated over the last 4 decades. We've had a failure in antitrust policy. We've had failures in policies related to intellectual property. And those all have contributed to this incredible concentration of wealth at the very, very top. But the last defense against extreme inequality, extreme wealth concentration, the firewall, if you will, is tax policy. And there, the failure has been just atrocious over these last 4 decades. We could argue as a group whether a billionaire is a policy failure. I believe a billionaire is a policy failure. But quarter trillionaires, and we now have 3 of them, are certainly policy failures. And when the country's 3/4 trillionaires, Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg, were front and center at the inauguration of a billionaire president, oligarchy is clearly upon us. So how did we get here? We talked about these failed policies, and I want to focus on how the failed tax policy drove this concentration. Anyone's wealth increases by their income, and I don't mean their taxable income or their adjusted gross income, I mean their economic income. Their income reduced by their living expenses and their tax payments. And living expenses are regressive. The poorer you are, the less income you have, the bigger percentage you're paying out in living expenses. If you're working at the minimum wage, or even at double the minimum wage, you're paying out 100% of your income in living expenses. If you're a billionaire, that percentage is much, much lower, even if your living expenses include things like yachts and private jets. That means that to control this concentration of wealth, taxes have to be progressive. So let's look at the various taxes we have in America, and whether they're progressive, regressive, or kind of flat. Start out with payroll taxes, Social Security, Medicare taxes. Very, very clearly regressive taxes. Property taxes at the state and local level are regressive. And in fact, the group that's most burdened by property tax in America are tenants, the folks at the bottom. And that's because property tax rates generally for rental property are much, much higher, often 10 times as high as property tax rates for owner-occupied property. I'm having trouble here because these are reading glasses, and when I look out to the audience, everything's a blur. So property taxes are regressive, and of course, the landlord pays the property tax, but it's passed through in the form of rent. Sales taxes at the state and local level, and in fact, at the federal level, gasoline taxes, which are effectively sales taxes, are steeply regressive. So that leaves us with really 2 categories. Estate taxes, or more broadly, estate and gift and generation skipping taxes, and income taxes. The estate tax is designed to be steeply progressive. The problem is that the system has been so eviscerated by tax avoidance strategies that even billionaires can plan their way out of the estate tax. The estate tax has become an optional tax, and virtually nobody is paying it. So we can put the estate tax aside in this analysis. Let's move to the income tax. At the state level, income tax rates are declining. They're becoming less progressive. And overall, when you take all state taxes, only 6 states have progressive tax systems. The other 44 are regressive, and some incredibly regressive. In states like Florida and Texas, the folks in the bottom quintile, the bottom 20%, are paying 15% or so of their income in state tax. But the folks in the top 1% are paying 2% of their income in state tax. It's incredibly regressive at the state level. And even in those 6 states, New York, California, Connecticut, a couple others, that have overall progressive systems, there's tremendous pressure on their income tax because there's this fear that their rich residents will leave for a state like Florida or Texas that has a 0% income tax rate. So finally, the federal income tax. And on its face, the federal income tax is progressive. You start at 0 rates for those with very low incomes and climb all the way to 37% for those in the top 1%. Now, it used to be a lot more progressive. It used to go all the way to 90%. But it's still very progressive on its face. But there's 3 things that negate that progressivity. The first is preferential rates that apply to certain types of income, especially capital gains, long-term capital gains, and dividends. A much lower rate, a top rate of 20%. And of course, those 2 types of income, dividends and capital gains, the folks at the very top dominate that type of income. The folks at the very top, most of their income is in the form of dividends and capital gains. The second, and this one a lot of people don't see, and it's super important, is that these capital gains are not just taxed at a lower rate. That's actually, I think, the lesser problem. It's that they're only taxed when investment assets are sold. So if you hold an investment asset for, say, 30 years, you've got this tax-free compounding of the gains going on for 30 years. And I've recently run a lot of numbers on this, and it's incredible what you see when you translate this 20% tax after having gains compound for 30 or 40 years, and you translate that into what the effective annual tax rate is. For example, somebody holds an asset for 30 years and it appreciates at 10% per year. That 20% tax at the end of 30 years translates into maybe an 8% per year tax if they were taxed annually. And so this tax system we have doesn't show that. It looks like they're paying 20% when they sell an asset and they have the gain. But really, that tax they're paying, only part of it is economically taxed. The other part is basically interest. It's what they're paying for the privilege of deferring their tax liability. And finally, there's a whole bunch of income, economic income, that just escapes tax entirely. There are many, many categories. The biggest one in America is what was that, 1 minute or 3? Okay, I can do that. Whatever income, whatever gains somebody has at death that haven't been recognized, they go away. They vanish for income tax purposes. So the result we get is a barely progressive income tax up to maybe the beginning of the top 1%, and then it becomes regressive, with those at the very, very top paying very, very little. In fact, when you look at these 19 billionaires, a recent study commissioned by the Treasury Department found that their average tax rate, total taxes, sales tax, property tax, income tax, even their indirect share of corporate taxes. They're paying 1% of their wealth per year. Their wealth is growing at 10% or more per year. Their taxes that are paying are 1% of their wealth. Think how much more wealth you would have if all you paid every year in all your taxes put together was 1% of your wealth. But you don't have that privilege in America. Only the billionaires have that privilege. So the bottom line is that we can't heal our country without a radical change in tax policy. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Bob. Next up is Clara. So Clara wrote a book about how economists invented austerity. So she'll speak a few minutes or not. But before she comes on, I would all of us like us to really give an applause for her coming here and helping, and also to Scott and Bruno for really helping to build this Chase Center. So please, thank you, Clara.
Too many thanks already. I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for you guys to be here, and everyone has accepted so enthusiastically to participate, coming from really far too. I mean, it's a journey to arrive to Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I'm more than ever grateful. Okay, so this was wonderful. I really want to keep it brief. I just want to say, so my own way of being heterodox has been to really try to take very seriously historical political economy. And the reason why I call it historical political economy is because I do think that economic history, if done in a way that asks larger questions, and we will have a panel tomorrow on the methods of undertaking economic history and the different views, can help us get clearer on the present day dynamics in a way that really helps us denaturalize a lot of patterns that I think many heterodox economists themselves tend to take for granted, of course, because we do live in our current socioeconomic system. So my historical work has gotten me a couple, I think, of insights that I want to share that can be useful, just as, you know, guiding points. One is on how academic and public debate even defines austerity. And what you see is that the definition that we kind of take for granted is a definition that is definitely self-defeating if we want to challenge austerity, because it's looking at the whole, the aggregate. So the question, how it's usually defined is whether the state spends or not, and whether the state taxes or not. While if you look at it historically and from a political economy perspective, you realize that it has really nothing to do with how much the state spends. It's about where the state spends, and this is very important, right? It's about shifting the resources from the working class to the saving, investing class. So this is why austerity is about curtailment, structural curtailment in social expenditures, housing, education, healthcare, and so forth, while the state is spending lavishly on, well, the military-industrial complex, for example, financing a genocide, as it is spending lavishly on subsidizing and de-risking the private sector, asset managers, the carceral state, and so on and so forth. Of course, the green sector now, and etc. So again, it's really about a choice of where the resources go. And then, of course, it's a choice of who you take the resources from, as Bob explained very clearly. It's about regressive taxation, not whether or not the states. So the definition that we hear, austerity is about budget cuts and tax increases, is just empty. Or better, it's ideological, because it helps us, you know, preserve the sense by which there is a unity in capitalism and how to govern capitalism, which is a falsity. And I think this is something that the heterodox tradition should agree on, is capitalism has nothing to do with the whole and the good of the whole. It's all about conflict, right? Okay, so that's the first issue about the definition and how the different definition can help us see clearer also in terms of how we want to challenge the status quo. The second is about, so again, right, so this whole point is it's not about the state stepping back. It's actually about the state intervening very forcibly to maintain the class balance that is most congenial to capital accumulation. And this is very important because it gets to my second point. Austerity is not a mistake. You know, we can talk about failure, but the question is the failure for whom, right? And ultimately what you realize is that austerity serves its purpose very well. And the purpose is that of stabilizing the pillars of capitalism. Wage relations and private command over investment are not at all to be taken for granted. They're not spontaneous, and it's like, you know, it's the revelation of taking history seriously. We have to denaturalize that. So what you realize is that historically, what austerity has done very well is to maintain the majority in a condition by which they have no option but to go work for a wage, and very often a very low one. And of course, maintaining the protection of the command over investment by the capitalist class. This is the role austerity serves, and it's done it very well by curtailing basically alternatives. When you have to pay your bills and have to pay your taxes and you have to work 3 jobs, of course you don't have time to sit in a room like this and get together, right? And this is why, in a way, the very idea of the Che is revolutionary, because it's about forcing the space to discuss and figure out what to do when austerity capitalism functions exactly to divide us, to make us only preoccupied with, of course, our daily survival. So austerity is not a mistake, and this means that austerity reveals something that is very important, which is the fact that in our economic system, there is a deep conflict between the logic of need and the logic of profit. And this has to be said out loud, because I think everyone who lives in this economy knows it, but the types of ideas we're exposed to, of course, constantly conceal it. Right? So austerity is very clear. Austerity works. It can work. It can work to resolve certain issues like class conflict, of course, right? It does work in shifting the burden on the working class. Now, so it's not a failure in the sense, but it is a failure in the sense that Bob, I think, really meant it, which is it's a failure according to the logic of need. And so this thing about these different logics and which one dominates, of course, was the guiding line of Marx's critique of political economy, but is something that I think we really need to take seriously in how it operates through austerity policies. So the big question I think Clara brought to the table, and I conclude, is the question of, can you stabilize capitalism without the sacrifice of the working class? And if you look at history, and then of course if you adopt different methods, you can come to different conclusions, but the method I've adopted, which is the historical method, well, I would say that austerity is ingrained in capitalism. Austerity is in the DNA of capitalism because it is the only way to stabilize a system that ultimately does not work for people. And I think this needs to be explored historically because it allows us to avoid illusions of just like thinking that it's just enough to try to fix it by finding some weird way to, I mean, we can try to have the logic of profit somehow compatible with better working conditions of the working class, but it's very hard, right? Because of course it's about a conflict, it's all about political decisions. And so that I think is very important is, again, for economists, heterodox economists, to avoid getting into the economism that is typical of the orthodoxy. You know, of course, austerity has never worked to solve the budget problem. Austerity is very expensive, as the regressive taxation system shows. It does cause recessions, but guess what? Recessions somehow are good for the existential survival of capitalism because it increases the reserve army of labor. And that ultimately we know is the way to weaken the working class, right? So a recession is ultimately a short-term loss for a longer-term gain, which is that of maintaining the balance of power that is congenial to this type of economic system. So I just wanted to finish maybe by, and this one I'll just read because it's easier. How am I doing with time? Do I have 2 minutes? Okay, good. I didn't want to take much. If I can enter the password of my computer. So this applies also, and I would like to conclude bringing up what Hatla was saying, and thank you so much, Hatla, for this brilliant intervention, is how ultimately, if you study the history of austerity, this goes combined with the study, of course, the history of how the economic system is justified, right? So austerity is both coercion and consensus building. It's coercion in the way the state actively intervenes to shift resources away from people, those very people that create value. But it's also about how do you justify these economic policies. And this is where, of course, orthodox economics comes in. And if you look at the study of the role of economists, mainstream economists, it has been, of course, of taking us away from the real questions that instead in this center, in the Che, we want to bring back to the table. So this is very clear if we look at, for example, how economists have explained inflation, right? The Phillips curve packages the unpalatable trade-off between profits and unemployment in the more palatable one between inflation and unemployment, right? So from profits and unemployment, we are meant to think about inflation and unemployment. And you see, this is already a really big change because it gives it this seemingly innocuous choice of variables achieves some important wins for the system. By hiding what is really at stake, the protection of profits, it focuses our attention on inflation. We're all led to believe that economists are primarily concerned with combating inflation, a phenomenon that especially hurts those who have less purchasing power. Like this, we easily overlook the violent reality of our economy. Without unemployment, there is no smooth investment. This is nowhere more evident than in the concept of the so-called Nairu, that evolved from the Phillips curve, which argues that the economy has a natural rate of unemployment, that any attempt to push unemployment below this level will result in accelerating inflation. This natural rate of unemployment, also styled as the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment, transforms a pain that is specific to capitalism into one that supposedly is unavoidable. It tells us that unemployment is not a political choice stemming from the economic system we have constructed, but a fact of human affairs stemming from the laws of nature themselves. So we go to the very first point that Clara mentioned, which is economic models and the policies that follow are built in such a way that it's always the workers who have to make sacrifices. For there to be monetary stability, there must be a significant number of people without jobs. If hiring were to exceed what we can define as the natural threshold tolerable by the system, the lives of the employed people wouldn't become easier because it would trigger an inflationary cycle that would erode wages. So we see here, I think it's very important for us to be very clear when we talk about failures and successes, what exactly is the criteria for us to be judging our society? And definitely the economic criteria is not the criteria that is the criteria I think most of us really care about. So I think this is very important to keep in mind, and that's why focusing on austerity can really kind of shed light on the dark aspects of capitalism that everyone feels on one's skin. And I think the role of us as thinkers is also to make it very, very obvious so that people not only feel weakened by the circumstances, but also empowered by the fact that they can see that what they feel has a coherent explanation in theories that can help them move forward and combat this gross injustice that has been perpetuated for centuries. And now, of course, we're seeing the peak of it with the Trump administration and the colonialism over Palestine. Thank you so much.
Does this work? Yes. So what we'll do right now is have a round of questions, and then the panelists will have one more time to speak. Yeah, please, and make sure to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Kyle Hayes. I work here at Tulsa Community College. I'm actually an English faculty, so I actually have a humanities question, kind of like a, I guess, critical thinking question. My background is actually creative writing, and I know a lot of people think creative writing is just drunk grad students, reading bad poetry in bars. It is that, but it's also the study of narrative. It's the study of the narratives we walk into, the narratives that we can create, and also how to recognize it, and also the difference between narrative and story. And so I am leading there. The philosopher Mark Fisher said that we are currently living under a capitalist realism, in which capitalism has more or less exploited our dreams, our imaginations, to where we can't even imagine the end of capitalism without imagining the end of the world. I would like to also add another quote by Frederick Douglass. He said, "The story of the master never wanted for narrators, the masters, to tell their story, had at call all the talent and genius that wealth and influence could command. They have had their full day in court. Literature, theology, philosophy, law, and learning have come willingly to their service, and if condemned, they have not been condemned unheard. Our part in the cultural understanding, as Douglass said, has been to tell the story of the slave." And so my question is, how do you see heterodoxies fitting in with the narrative of, I guess, economic history, and what's its story now, and how would you define that story now? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Braden Turner, University of Tulsa grad, 2018. I was also an English major, but I have a minor in economics, and I've tried to do some self-education, but I don't know anything, so forgive me. I was very interested in the discussion on Brazil and the fiscal and monetary situation. It's a story I've followed very closely, and especially in comparison with Argentina, and this kind of trap that Brazil is in right now, where they need to grow, but the nominal rate of interest is so high. I mean, equity markets there have been absolutely crushed. And I mean, I think one statement that every capitalist would agree with is you have to spend money to make money, right? So you have to invest to be able to grow, to get out of that deficit trap. Which brings me to my next point here is that I think it's a fundamental principle of heterodoxy is that financial markets are highly ideological. I mean, you can see that in the speculative attacks that have been made on the Brazilian real, and Wall Street hates Lula, I think on a personal level even, and he's stated as much. So in thinking of ways to get out of this trap in which the sovereign debt risk premium is so high, I wanted to get your opinions on modern monetary theory of abolishing sovereign debt issuance and kind of handing this over more to the central bank. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Leo. I'm a PhD student in economics at UMass Amherst, and I'm also Argentinian, like Matias, and a bit Brazilian too. But I had a question for Costas, and I guess Matias as well, particularly in regards to how trade has been, let's say, switching toward China in Latin America, and what that represents in terms of the hierarchy of currencies. And in particular, how can that be perhaps, let's say, modeled into a policy where inflation can, in a way, perhaps be tamed or redirected in a more sustainable fashion toward, let's say, public projects and so on, but so that the South, let's say, South America, can, in a way, have more autonomous control of its expenditures.
Yes.
Xavier Doolittle. The question I had was, a lot of these issues are obviously really huge on like a national level when you talk about inflation, austerity, and that generally means the point at which these policies do, as well as the international level. I'm someone who's really focused on local and like state work, and it's very difficult for someone who's like a militant on the ground to even think about how to approach any of these issues. They are so beyond the capability of what a small group of people or any one person can do, even with collective action. And I also think about with the specifics of the United States system, with it being so federalized, I think Bob's examples already kind of point out is it works against us with how in a lot of ways how fragmented all that tax policy is, because you can create these little cubby holes basically where people can go and put their money, and that happens internationally too, I know. But I guess wrapping to like a more of a direct question to the panel, if there's like ideas or thoughts of like, is there a place on especially a municipal or maybe more broadly regional or state level we can address these issues of inflation, austerity on like a militant or like political level and organize around? And then, or is it really a question of, is the issue so big that it requires that top-down level? Is this where that, because that was unfortunately my conclusion, is this is something I basically have to abdicate, like personally. Obviously I would be a sport of like, it's hard to imagine what you even organize around with just how huge the powers are. So, thank you.
I'm Brian Turner. Some of you may know I'm working with a group of people to eradicate poverty, and I'm recruiting for people. It's one reason why I'm here. The second thing is bothers me a lot is the impact of AI on our working force. I read somewhere, and I hope I'm not too wrong, that 33 million jobs can be eliminated by 2025. Wait a minute. That's right now. How in the world are we going to go about maintaining people? And these are a lot of high-paid people that are coming out that will be expected to be about the same kind of income that they left the industry in. It's already happening. We get tens of thousands of highly qualified people being laid off, put out on the street, and there's no place they're going to go. And I'll bet you that there's a whole lot of assembly line workers that are not going to be able to be retrained as AI engineers who will also be automated out of a job. So I'd be interested in what people think about that and its impact on inflation as well as austerity and all those kinds of implications, if not outright revolution.
Thank you. A couple of quick observations. The panel's gone a long way from inflation targeting and central banking, but I think it's worthwhile to reflect for a second on why central banks and when central banks first obtained this supposed responsibility. They got it, I think, in the 1970s. And the idea behind that was that they were to control the growth of the money supply. And that idea collapsed quite quickly in the 1980s. And through the 1980s, they were supposed to be fighting inflation by maintaining unemployment along the Phillips curve or in the natural rate of unemployment. And that idea collapsed in the 1990s in the United States when the unemployment rate fell, but inflation rate didn't rise. And so then in around the 2000s, we got inflation targeting simply by raising the interest rate and affecting, I don't know, expectations, some psychological story, which at least had the idea that if you raised interest rates, that this would slow the economy. And Jerome Powell started doing this a few years ago and had absolutely no success in slowing the economy, although the inflation rate went down anyway. And now we're hearing the press saying it was a soft landing, as though the Federal Reserve in the United States has some kind of magical power that has absolutely no connection to anything that actually operates in the economy. And this really reflects the decline of the interest rate as a force on the economy and reflects the fact that we've been basically taken in by mysticism. And if you want to have a serious inflation policy, you have to move it out of the central bank. It has really, in the current world, practically nothing. to do. Maybe in some countries where it affects the exchange rate, that's a separate issue. But that's a very minor consideration in large economies. So that's the first point. Second point has to do with this distribution of income and wealth issue. And I think that you made this point. Capital is not a homogeneous entity. And the current concentration of wealth where, I don't know, 40% of the valuation of the S&P 500 is 10 companies, all of which are in the techno-feudal sphere, and the young men who were with Trump on the 21st of January, these multi-billionaires represent a sector which has sucked a capital valuation out of the rest of the economy. And what we can recognize is that that is a very artificial and very fragile concept of wealth, which can go away in a flash. And in fact, a few days ago, when the Chinese released DeepSeek into the $500 billion of that fabulous capital wealth went away in 12 hours. And who knows when the next shock of that kind will have a similar effect. So you're quite right to worry about the jobs, but I suspect that going, a small consolation when the jobs disappear is that all of these billionaires, well, they won't be homeless and out on the street, but they will diminish, their significance in our society will diminish just as it rose, or at least we can hope that much. Thank you.
Be Riccardi.
We won't be able to reply. So we won't be able to reply. There is an inflation of questions.
I know.
And we're very austere in our replies. And there is a conflict. I'm just saying.
Clara Mattei was effective as ever, but since these things are useful if there is debate, I would like to raise 3 points on 3 key issues that you raised. Austerity is in the DNA of capitalism, needs versus profits, and workers are those who have to sacrifice. Half-jokingly, I call my objections orthodox Marxist objections. The first is, it's not sure that austerity is in the DNA of capitalism, because if you may have a raise of the real wage higher than the productive power of labor, and the pie for the capitalist grows up, is relative surplus value extraction. So that would not be revolution. It could be, it could exist. Second, about the needs. Well, Marx typically says that needs are more and more satisfied relatively to the other modes of production in capitalism. Third, I'm not saying there are no distributional issues. Third, here the point should be raised by Galbraith, the father. Needs are induced. And about workers and sacrifice, and I close with this, the point is that very much it seems that these arguments are framed with 2 subjects in mind. On one side, capital, and on the other, people, 90.9%. Well, that's not my framework. I have classes, and there are capital, working class, and a lot of other classes in between. So the analysis should be more specified in my view.
Thank you. Clara, do you want to come up here and answer whatever you like? No,
we were going to be. Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
So those were a lot of questions. I'm going to try to address most of them together. I'm going to start with the narrative one. And I think this is something that Hala mentioned very well. So I have a professor, Giba, from my master's, Gilberto Tadeu Lima, which is a reference for me. And he taught me when I was there at the University of São Paulo that every model is logically consistent. So if you assume that their hypotheses are true, and if you follow the logic of the model, it will close and will make sense. And of course, every model is logically consistent. So if you don't think about and if you don't question what's going on behind those assumptions, it makes sense. And then people will teach you, and you know, in neoclassical models, we learn, well, if you do this, you get that, and then yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you follow within the model, it makes sense. So that's the narrative, which I think will make sense within any model. And that's the narrative we have on the mainstream discourse, and that convinces people, and etc. What doesn't convince? Well, first, if that doesn't meet reality. So if you learn the model and then you look at reality and it's not making sense, so you say, well, this doesn't explain the story. How do I match, right, this narrative? And of course, if that doesn't make sense for you, so if you realize that the narrative saying, well, this is workers are going to have to, pay the bill and not have wage increases, you say, well, I don't like it. I don't think it makes sense. It has to have an alternative. And I think this is what brings to heterodoxy and the questions that at least when I came to heterodoxy, I asked was this. So this, indeed, that can be the only option. Like, this is not fair in the end. So I think this is one side. And the other side is reality. And when it doesn't meet reality, I think it's the point. And then to that, I think that going to the issue of Brazil, and then connecting to the model itself. I think that first I'm going to connect that actually to the point of rising interest rates and not necessarily decreasing growth and etc. Just a quick comment, I'm not going to go in details into that, but I think that what re-emphasized on my presentation is exactly the link. So if we are controlling inflation, it's because we are controlling the conflict. And we need to understand how we are controlling the conflict. So if interest rates are capable of controlling inflation, it's because it's controlling the conflict. If interest rates is going up and if nothing's going on with inflation, it's because there's something else controlling. It doesn't mean that necessarily going up with the interest rates will solve the conflict, and that's why we have to understand how interest rates affect income distribution and then itself the conflict, which will, of course, have impact on the rest of the economy and growth and etc. So in that sense, coming then now to Brazil, I think that it's indeed very hard. The reasons why we have so high interest rates are complex. I wrote with a colleague from UFMG a piece at Phenomenal World, which is called Why So High? Interest Rate in Brazil, that tries to explain why we have that's the case. And it's a very specific setting on how we have our basic rate of interest connected to government bonds. But anyway, we do have high interest rates, and indeed we need to grow. And I think that's the issue, which for me is challenging Brazil at this point, because it is, again, the narrative. So if you follow in the narrative, well, we need to grow, but we have high interest rates. So the government itself, the Ministry of Finance, of the Economy, the government approved a rule, which is a surplus-led rule that guarantees fiscal surplus because we need to stabilize the debt because we have high interest rates, etc. But again, this will lead to lower growth. So the result is we have a state that basically, and then going to what Gladys' point mentioned on austerity and where we spend, so we have a state that spends to avoid poverty. That's what the Brazilian government does. So we have Bolsa Família, great program, and it's just avoiding extreme poverty. The rest is led to the market. And you ask the Ministry of Finance, and I did once ask him, like, how does your industrial policy is going to work if you have a rule that's basically guaranteeing surplus? You don't have space to spend, so what's your industrial policy? And he answered, it's guarantee the economic conditions for the private market to invest. And I think this is indeed a trap. But again, how do we get out of this trap with such high interest rates? It is hard, and I think we have to challenge from back then and then have a big reforms in the economy. MMT, I don't believe it works because, again, we are a developing economy. We can print reais. People don't want reais. I'm sure most of you here don't want reais. I can give you Brazilian notes. You're going to change it because what are you going to do with that? So I don't think MMT is the solution. I don't think it works for a developing economy. Yeah, so I think that the solutions are in the reform in the system. And I think, of course, I don't have the answers, but I think that's where the discussion should go to. Yeah, I'm going to end now because I spoke a lot. I'm sorry.
I mentioned that inflation is, in my judgment, a matter of aggregate demand and aggregate supply and the problems of supply. The facilitator is the central bank. Unless the central bank increases the money that's available, it's not going to happen. That's why I focus on the central bank. So the creation of fiat money, which has been extraordinary. I mean, I really want you to understand how extraordinary it is. The balance sheet of the European Central Bank in June 2022 was almost 9 trillion euros. 9 trillion euros is a lot of euros. 60% of the GDP of the EU. There's never been a time like that. And despite the compression, it's at 6.4 now in January, last month, 6.4 trillion euros. So that's the kind of thing. It's the facilitator, right? That's why we look at the central bank. And it's the same with compressing inflation. It starts with the central bank, which is why it's important to understand how it does it and the narrowness of options. From the perspective of workers, which has been discussed, I think it's very strong and very clear. Inflation is a problem because your wages don't rise as fast as the general price level. So basically inflation, other things equal, represents a loss of real income, loss of real wage. And what happens there, as Keynes explained brilliantly, long before anybody else, is that this income is transferred from the pockets of workers to the boxes of capitalists. The explosion of profits in the United States and elsewhere during this period of inflation is because of that. I mean, it's keep wages down and then increase profits. And they've got nothing to do with taking risk, with investing, with nothing. It's just an income transfer. So the strongest argument at that level for working people is that this kind of policy represents, it's basically robbery, right? Taking it out of the pocket of working people and giving it to corporations. What do you propose then against that? What's the argument against that? This seems to me fairly straightforward. First of all, wages must match inflation. It's not working people's fault that it's happening. So wages must follow the rate of inflation, so real wages should stay where they are. Second, price controls. Price controls so that corporates cannot play the game of raising their own prices and making extra profits from workers and from smaller enterprises, incidentally. Because you can play the same game with smaller and medium enterprises who cannot raise their prices the same way as the big monopolists can do. And the key argument right now is aggregate supply restructuring. That's the argument right now. The supply side doesn't work. This is the most monopolized economy among the developed ones. It's controlled by big business. Manifestly doesn't work. Productivity doesn't rise, particularly. I mean, all these stories about productivity miracle in the United States, what figures are these people looking at? You know, so to deal with inflation, longer term, controls and intervention on the supply side. These are the radical arguments. In other words, rebalance production in favor of workers and against capital, and make for rising income levels for everybody in that way. I mean, not the big business, but I mean, the large numbers of people. Now, the question on the international thing. I wanted to avoid the international dimension, but it cannot be avoided. I just want to stress one key thing here. fiat money expanding the way it has done is a unique period in the history of capitalism. This is a unique time in the history of capitalism. The United States has enjoyed an exorbitant privilege, as we all know. Its money since the collapse of Bretton Woods in 1971-73 has become world money. And that has meant a number of things for US capital. It has benefited US capital, not necessarily US workers. It has allowed US capital to keep the real wages down and take advantage of the productivity growth in Asia. Essentially, that's what's been happening. Very low productivity growth in the United States. American capitalism doesn't work, but productivity growth in India, in South Korea, in China primarily, and cheap goods come in. So you can maintain that policy for a very long period of time, except that the financial side malfunctions, financialization at the same time. So in the early period, until the late 70s, this created problems on the foreign exchange side for the United States. The way they tried to deal with it was through the Louvre Agreement and the Plaza Accord. I don't know, some of you might remember those. They didn't quite work out. In other words, what they tried to do was to control the dollar exchange rate against the yen. It didn't quite work out the way they wanted, and then they let it be. And the way it worked out was through global capital flows. They liberalized capital flows. And they sucked capital in from across the world. So the United States in the following period, the supply side doesn't work particularly well. What the country does is it cannot export. It presents current account deficits, huge current account deficits. It can finance them by creating dollars and by sucking in money from abroad to buy the dollars, to buy the instruments through which you get access to the dollar. This game is coming to an end. Trump represents the end of this game. And the reason why it's coming to an end is because, partly connected to the central bank story that I told you before. You understand, that's the domestic side. Trump wants to change it. I don't know how he's going to do it. I don't think he does. He's talking about tariffs. He's using them as a weapon. He wants to rebalance trading. He's not talking about capital controls, to which I'm coming for a minute. He's not talking about capital. He's avoiding capital controls. So what he wants, it seems, is somehow to force tariffs on foreigners, rebalance the deficit, but keep the dollar where it is. Keep the dollar as the reference currency. I don't think you will succeed. There will be all kinds of tribulations, but that's what you're in for in this country. That's basically what's happening, because the previous period is at an end. And where do the Brazils go? I teach a lot of students at SOAS from developing countries, and I teach them international finance. The bottom line is, when you teach them international finance, the bottom line is the system is stacked up against you. That's basically what it is. The system is stacked up against you. They all want to find a way of dealing with it. I can't help you because the system is stacked up against you. You're done for. You understand? Everything works against you, basically. So if you're the finance minister of Mozambique, and I've taught him, right? If you're the finance minister of Mozambique, your options are very few and far between. You understand? Because you're asking me, what can I do? There's nothing you can do, mate, because you're done for, right? So what is possible right now? I'll tell you what you should be thinking of then, and that might hold for Brazil. You need capital controls. Whether you need them the euro or de facto is up to your own finance minister, right? De facto is better than the euro because you avoid the American interventions, but you need capital controls of some sort. You need to stop the financiers messing up your exchange rate, right? So you need capital controls, and that is for sure. You need then somehow discussions with others in the context of Latin America, Brazil and Argentina, but when will we see that? But anyway, Brazil, to discuss creating some variant, some version of commonly used means of payment. The BRICS are talking about it. Latin America isn't talking about it. It's inevitable that you need it. The form they will take today cannot be what Keynes proposed many, many years ago, but that's what we need to be talking about. And the last thing that you need to be discussing when it comes to this is, of course, once again, take the central bank out of it. No central bank independence. I mean, the point made previously is absolutely right. No central bank independence. Take the central bank out of it. Stop the central bank from defending the financial interest domestically and rebalance the aggregate supply. Rethink of how supply will be reorganized. Shift production in favor of labor and against capital. Think of what kind of economy meets popular needs and begin to work in this way. Stop thinking, in other words, of I will grow through exports. Trump will not allow you to. That is the reality from now on. That's what we better all of us better get used to. Thanks.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, yes, I'm going to try to be fast. But you're making me lose time. Yes.
So I'm going to try to, first of all, I want to say something about the narrative, but it's really about what Hala was saying, because she was talking about the narrative, and I take very seriously what you were saying. And I always ask, when I teach macroeconomics, and the first question I ask kids is, whether inflation or unemployment is more important, and more often than not, it's, inflation. Very rarely unemployment, is the most, unless we're in the middle of a recession. I've been teaching it for 30 years, so in the middle of a recession, somebody may say unemployment, but it's not the normal thing, it's inflation. But then you ask them, why is inflation a problem? And obviously one that will come is, well, my income is coming down. Costas gave us the solution, is what I said. So, I'm very unclear, and so my narrative wasn't clear. What I said is, the fact that we make inflation the main problem of macroeconomics, and that we accept that when for most people, if the wages are going up, it's income that matters, no inflation, shouldn't be sort of an issue. Then they try to find another explanation. No, perhaps if we have too much inflation, we don't grow. Well, it turns out that the evidence on that by the World Bank, not my evidence, the evidence that the World Bank gives you on that, it's that inflation below 40% a year has no impact on growth. So you have to have very, very high inflation in order to have some problem. So the first thing is that what I was trying to say is this, look at this. Inflation is good. We shouldn't be afraid of inflation. Inflation is good. Who says that inflation of 2% is a problem? The inflation targeting. What Jamie asked us to think about, why do we even talk about 2% inflation as the sort of nirvana of the economy? Why not 5, 6, 8? Can anybody tell me what's the difference between 8% and 6% inflation? And they don't know the difference between their asses and their elbows. Pardon my French. Because there is none. They don't know it because there is none. So the narrative is, we want some inflation is good. My grandpa, used to be from, inflation was associated to good times and deflation was associated to bad times. That was essentially what it meant, and we have to go to something like that. I'm going to try to respond to, some of the questions in one thing, and I'm going to say slightly different things that both Clara and Costa said in the previous interventions, about Brazil and Argentina. So I do think that Brazil, so my standard sort of thing on this, I've been saying this for years now because it's been true. Argentina doesn't grow because it can't. Brazil doesn't grow because it doesn't want to. So Brazil can do MMT at this moment. So I have no problem with fiscal activism in Brazil. There is no limitation on the ability other than the fact that the Workers' Party passed itself a rule that forbids the party to actually spend money. But other than that, there's no reason why we are not. So you may very well say, okay, but if you don't do the fiscal adjustment, financial markets. Clara had the graph. If you looked at the graph, she's saying interest rate is too high. Well, it was too high in 2007. It was the same height, and we were growing. And it was even higher before that, and we were growing. Why? Because the interest rate, if you are spending money, you're increasing wages. Brazil was increasing wages. One important thing that Lula did is a policy of increasing the minimum wage consistently. The economy was growing. So in financial markets, nothing happened. Brazilian risk is very low. The MB of JP Morgan is 200%. The Argentinian that came really down is at about 1,000. So 5 times more. than the Brazilian one. Argentina cannot because Argentina doesn't have reserves. So what Brazil has is $360 billion in the central bank. Argentina has negative reserves once we pay to the people that we need. Argentina does have capital controls. What do you do with capital controls without reserves? Nothing. You can't do a thing. And so I am for capital controls. I do believe that there are limitations to MMT, so I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that. But I think in this particular case, there's a lot that can be done in Brazil. And, and I'm sorry to say in the case of Argentina, it's very problematic because one thing that I think we should have learned from the collapse of this system that, Costas is telling you, we're at the border of this collapse. And I told you it's, an important, and Ricardo said this is a crisis. And we're in the middle of, rethinking all of these things. And we have to, rethink. One of the lessons is you can look around. China, not any little country, China is sitting on $3.2, I think, trillion of reserves. China is holding dollars. What Trump has is Trump has the dollar, the mighty dollar. What we'll do with that, it's another story. But China needs to have $3.2 trillion, in its reserves. Every single country in the world that manages the exchange rate, and you have to manage your nominal exchange rate, has reserves. So the countries that do not have reserves, the Venezuelas, the countries that have been, because the United States has imposed, or because we're stupid and mismanage our economy, doesn't matter what's the reason, those are the ones in crisis. And by the way, that says another thing. The Fed has an incredible global power. When the Fed hikes the rate as they did, everybody is forced to hike the rate. So that's the meaning of hegemony. So what we left out in the discussion today, and I'll shut up with this, is geopolitics. And the left and the heterodox have to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for this brilliant conversation. So I'm going to be really brief because I know what's standing between you and lunch is me, Bob, and Clara. But I think the conversation on narratives is really important, and I would love to see a group of creative writers sitting down and thinking about narratives. And they have to be compelling, because now we live in a world where, even if I would ask my membership, they would say, price control bad, capital control bad, independent central bank great, because people believe it. That's the only thing they've been taught. So I want to mention briefly that I'm also a trustee of the New Economics Foundation in the UK, which is a think tank there. And we are now designing a project which has the working title, The Psychology of Austerity, where we're going to try to understand that. I don't know how we're going to do it, so if anyone has any ideas, find me in the break and share with me. We're going to try to understand why normal working people are so willing to accept all these narratives. Why they're so willing to say, yeah, of course we need cuts. Of course we need high interest rates. Of course we need to get the inflation down. And they just get on with it. Because we want them to stop getting on with it. That's the only way to change these things. We can stand here and we can intellectualize all we want about it, but if we don't get people with us, we're never gonna move forward. We're never gonna make any changes. So, any thoughts on that? Find me and tell me and share with me. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief as well. I only have one question that I'm going to try to answer, and that was the question on AI, and I'm going to broaden it to automation in general. And I think it's just a classic example of a narrative being fed to the American public by the billionaires and their media outlets, where we're told, oh, half the jobs in America are going to be automated out of existence. And by the same narrative, conservative pundits you'll hear argue that these fast food workers fighting for a living wage are cutting their own throats because they're going to accelerate automation and then they're going to lose their jobs entirely. And they want everybody to envision this dystopia where everybody's cutting their own wage demands because they want to get one of those few jobs that are left. But here's the alternative narrative. Not that automation is going to eliminate half the jobs, but automation is going to reduce the work week from 40 hours to 20 hours with the same pay for the 20 hours that you used to get for 40 hours. Automation should be a good thing. It should make things better for all of us. So again, that's the way I look at it. We should not be looking at automation as a threat. It should be a good thing.
Yeah, the issue is always in what economic system does automation develop and, in a way, advance, right? And ultimately, in the way it's developed and advanced in this economic system is, of course, to increase the rate of profit and clearly to the detriment of the working classes. So definitely the point is that an alternative to capitalism wouldn't mean less technological advancement, but it would mean technological advancement perhaps that can directly fulfill people's needs, for example, to work less, rather than have to be compatible with the logic of profit that definitely has the tendency to have people work more and for lower wages, right? So again, I think the importance of saying this is an obvious thing that I think all the heterodox economics would agree with is how do you technology is not at all neutral, it's embedded in the socioeconomic system we're in, so it serves different purposes according to the logic of the system we're in, and that's, I think, very important. But I agree that in principle, technology is not necessarily only attached to capitalist development. We have to go to lunch, so I just wanted to say one thing, which is, now I even forgot it. Yes, I mean, of course, the point is that austerity has also central bank independence is a very big element of austerity because I tried to argue austerity is also about de-democratizing the sphere of economic decisions. And so removing people from economic decisions is a key element of how austerity thrives and imposes itself. And that's why then ultimately, as my mentor Duncan Foley would put it, inflation targeting is really rate of exploitation targeting. And you can only do this if the rate of exploitation targeting is, of course, a decision that does not come from the people who would obviously be opposed to it. Just quickly on one point, I can't address all the points, just one point that Ricardo raised. I think when I say the austerity is in the DNA of capitalism, I think the approach is to look at it historically, and what I'm trying to do now is I developed the historical work on the 20s, but if you look at the golden age, and as Carolina was pointing out, the golden age was the golden age for very few hegemonic countries in the north of the globe, but still, even there, what's interesting, and that's this project I'm hoping to actually take on seriously after the conference is over, is that ultimately also in the golden age of capitalism, in a moment in which, of course, the productivity of labor was higher, so in a way compatible with higher wages, the reality is that the inflationary pressures as a way to ultimately limit the possibility of redistributive measures was constantly an obsession of economists in power, right? So the exchange rate, the inflationary pressures, all of these limits that ultimately were in a way mirroring, I think, what are deep political limits of our system, because in fact, our system is not compatible with a living wage for everyone. If we did have a living wage for everyone, no one would go to work for a wage and get exploited, which is the foundation of value production in this economic system. So we see that we really need to rethink, you can't have it all. That was Kalexi telling Keynes, right? Keynes, it's great that you think that we could have just full employment and be all happy. The reality is that if we were in full employment, we wouldn't be in capitalism. And this is a point, like there's clear political limits of what is feasible in terms of social redistribution for people under this economic system. And I think this is something that has to be said very clearly, because it is in this way that we can then maybe start thinking actively about how do we get out of here rather than try to fix ultimately a system that I believe is deeply rotten and because of its very logic. Okay, that's it, sorry. sorry, quickly. We are going downstairs on the second floor for lunch. This time there is lunch. It's not like before. Yes, one second.
Yeah, the lunch is going to be downstairs at 1:40. There's not enough tables. There's some there. There's a little conference room, and then you can come up here as well. There's tables and chairs in this room here. Most of the chairs are out of that room. We rolled them in here. But by all means, go down there, get the buffet. If you stay there, you can come up here.
And last point, we're resuming at 2:45, hopefully sharp, for the political economy of occupied Palestine session. Thank you.
but she's now kind of gone towards speaking Arabic because every time she by herself initiates speaking Arabic, I'm very affectionate towards her. So I'm using that blackmail.
You can keep these until tomorrow. Have a look at them, but give them back to me.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know what we're doing.
Great,
But
yeah.
this one, right? This is about the neo-Zionism, de-Zionizing neo-Zionism.
Okay,
Now
thank you.
this is the last chapter of a study.
But this will be published, right? It's not published
This is
yet?
going to be published on 26th. This.
What? It will come out in 26?
In the 26th of the month.
Ah, okay.
February.
Good. Oh, great. Okay, yeah. So I'll download it. Okay. But I'll look at it now if you allow
Just
me.
so, yeah, I want you to, it's being edited so it's been better
about the
written.
dynamic
Get
of
that.
Palestinian
It's
labor.
basically the story.
Version or you have different versions?
لا one version.
This is the last chapter in English
The dynamic.
AI translation, to be honest. Anyhow, just I needed a quick one to show some people of a full study in Arabic,
Maybe we can ask
150-page study, right?
because I
On
sent it
this.
to Jules.
So, history, legal, Gaza, the reality of the organizations, settler colonialism, and the channels and influence and
Let me just go and
economic
talk my batch
social
and
impacts, literature on the cost of settler occupation of the Palestinian people, estimating some of the cost of settler, and then the conclusion. So this is this chapter.
Okay.
So this is again being revised in light of some reading that people are doing.
Well,
This is what I wanted to.
What I do every day.
I know, but these are the targets that I was talking about.
Yeah, but I'm not so much working on the economic.
Yeah, but I mean, you'll do more. I mean, it's a way of broadening and conceptualizing. Let's go after the settlement economy.
I'm not
and
saying to
isolate
argue.
the
I'm saying
settlement.
thank you because I want to read it.
It's new. It's helpful.
Because the presentations are not here. It's probably another flash drive. So
Or I can share it with my laptop. I have my laptop and the presentation is on my laptop.
It's gotta be. Yeah. So we speak Arabic.
No, maybe I can like put my laptop.
Yeah. So of course they will allow that.
Oh, okay.
They understand.
lots of bureaucracy.
Okay.
They don't choose.
Over here. I can
Okay.
just
When I would say, okay, say this in Arabic, they would. But their choice is to start with English. Yeah.
طب احنا ليش لازم نقوم هون؟ مش غير واحد هون احسن له.
This Fulbright thing.
Well, Ibrahim, you don't have a PowerPoint?
No. No.
We're political economists. We don't have numbers to show.
And is it?
I started to work with LaTeX. Have you heard about LaTeX?
I know there's post-PowerPoint, the whole post-PowerPoint world out there.
It has improved my ability to work with, content ideas. LaTeX, L-A-T-E-X. I mean, that's the problem. You need to code. You need to know how to code.
Okay, well, it's definitely beyond.
We figured that out. We are putting that the flash drive. Is it yours, this flash drive? Okay, so we are. Okay, I'm using that flash drive. I think so. We're just doing this thing in.
And is it okay that we stay sitting here, or do we have to go to the panel? Okay.
هاي في شباب الناس عم بتفرج عليك.
على 11 بالليل. عن جد؟
احمد
واو. نيالك.
Remember me? Yes. Hi. In a long time.
It's over here. It's all working now.
When were you there? 20?
Yeah, there's just one PowerPoint, just Louis' PowerPoint. You're there. It's over.
When were you with UNCTAD?
UNCTAD.
Left. You worked on TDR. With Heiner. With Heiner. And Alfredo. You see him?
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon again. This is a very exciting session we have here because I think the very fact that the Chair has been able to provide a platform to discuss one of the most urgent and dehumanizing aspects of our society today stands for why we are able to not make ourselves irrelevant. Actually, it's quite important to note that only if we do have the courage to bring to the table and scrutinize these fundamental issues through the lens of economic expertise can we actually, claim to have a right to exist as a center in actually doing something that can create knowledge that is meaningful and purposeful. And of course, the complete annihilation of Palestinian lives in the past year and a half, the absolute erasure of schools, hospitals, universities, the intentional starvation, the killing of journalists, teachers, and doctors, with the obliteration of any form of international law, I think exposes some deep realities of our capitalist economy that we cannot shy from discovering. So again, the genocide in action is inseparable from our socioeconomic system, and that is why the responsibility of economists is to take this topic as ultimately a lens that discloses much more global tendencies that trap all of us. So the fact that we are all ultimately Palestinians needs to be taken very seriously in a theoretical sense. And this is why we have here incredibly distinguished panels of economic experts who have studied the political economy of occupation for many, many years. And it is really an honor that they all came from very far, from Germany, from the West Bank, from the East Coast, so Ibrahim less far than others. But anyway, all motivated to be here with us. So thank you all for joining. I will just briefly introduce, I think I'll do what Geert did, which is introduce one at a time. I think it's more effective, actually. So the first to speak is Raja, is that correct? So Raja, please come up, and I'm going to introduce you in the meantime. So Raja Khalidi is originally from Jerusalem and has lived most of his life in the Middle East and Europe. He was trained as a development economist with a BA from Oxford University and MS from University of London. In PPE, very important, in PPE. He worked as an economist from 1985 to 2013 with the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development, where he was coordinator of its program of assistance to the Palestinian people, head of its debt and development finance branch, and chief of the office of the director in the Division of Globalization and Development Strategies. He was principal or contributing author to over 50 UNCTAD reports and studies on the Palestinian economy and its development prospects, and has published widely in scholarly journals and international media. Since 2019, he has served as Director General of the Palestine Economic Policy Research Institute, MAS, the premier Palestinian economic think tank, which we hope to have connections with in the development of our center as well. Thank you, Raja.
Thank you. Thank you all. I really am excited as you are about this conference. And I must thank Clara and Scott to begin with, of course, for making this possible. The University of Tulsa for its openness and providing a safe space for this project to develop. I hope the President has a chance to hear what we have to say today as well. The people of Tulsa I find very kind, gentle, welcoming, and warm, and I think that's important too. It says something about your character. But of course, I have to single out Brahim Shikaki for having put me on Clara's heterodox radar, I think. I'm not sure, but we'll talk about that later. Anyhow, so before talking about the specific Palestinian political economy in the context of settler colonialism, genocide, I just do want to say, having listened today to the very stimulating discussions about heterodoxy and orthodoxy in Palestinian economic studies in general. And Palestine, in fact, and this is in a sense a response to the president, that we are coming from a tradition of dialogue and struggle, if you wish, of ideas between heterodoxy, or between the orthodoxy that prevailed and dominated much of the past 30 years, which was, of course, spearheaded by intimate involvement of the Bretton Woods institutions in Palestinian economic and social policy making, and the heterodoxy traditions of research on the Palestinian economy. And it was the task of heterodox economics in Palestine, which, by the way, are mainly non-Marxian, to not only critique the mainstream and explain why neoliberal recipes were wrong for such an economy in particular, but no less challenging was to build a counter-narrative and a feasible set of alternative policies, drawing on successful heterodox developing countries' experiences, something that is, of course, less facile. And that's where I think the challenge lies for us, Ibrahim, my colleagues. And I think it's also where there's this potentially radical intersection, listening today, that it might lie there somewhere between the study of global socialist experiences, which I'm surprised there's no panel on that, you know, Lenin and Mao and all of that, and the Arab socialists and the Cuban socialists. Anyhow, the intersection between that, the critique of capitalism, which is not only a Marxian critique, and goes broader in some ways, and a reasonable and feasible set of heterodox policies that can actually gain traction in the world as it is, Mr. Galbraith, as you were mentioning yesterday. So, that's my first comment on your conference. As far as Palestinian political economy, the first thing, I have 5 things I want to say. So the first thing is that to comprehend the shape, the meaning, and the function of the political economy of Palestine in today's and tomorrow's still turbulent world, 2 parallel historical processes that have proceeded apace for a century, sometimes overlapping, sometimes complementing, or sometimes contradicting each other, should be kept in mind. First, a fundamental, apparently existential, it would appear now, struggle between an ever-expanding Zionist nation-state project, currently defined as intended to ensure the sovereignty of the Jewish people in the whole of the land of Israel, as per law in Israel, and also entailing, as we've seen, a set of systematic measures of military occupation, colonization and settlement of the land, economic extraction. Of course, all of this alongside what? An unfulfilled Palestinian aspiration for national self-determination, which itself entailed a range of violent armed, civil, and diplomatic resistance in different forms over the century. So that's the first process. The second one, of course, are the normal processes and stages of economic growth, market economics, capital and class formation, liberalization, financialization, and an uneven development that emerged impressively between the Israeli Jewish economy, metropole, if I may, and in a distorted and uneven pattern in the Arab-Palestinian economies within the orbit of this Israeli metropole. So that's my first point that we need to keep in mind. And basically, I'm just here trying to give you some principles as far as I'm concerned, lessons, let's say, and we can talk about the economics of genocide later in the question time. Secondly, the changing political economy of Palestine has thus followed both of those trajectories. And it is, in fact, the synthesis of their interaction and contradictions, whereby the imperatives of nationhood have regularly trumped those of economic development. In Israel, the full potentials of liberalization and even more economic accumulation than we have seen have actually been constrained and undermined by the ideological interests of Zionism, those of upholding a system of differential rights vis-a-vis the dependent Palestinian economies. That's been a cost to neoliberal development for Israel. And for Palestinians, a frustrated movement of national self-determination, which we call the primary contradiction in Leninist tradition, continues to take precedence over the secondary contradiction of the denial of human, social, and economic rights of millions of Palestinians under occupation and in Israel. That's number two. Third, the political economy of Palestine is thus not a stable trajectory or always a struggle between the same powers or parties. Indeed, we must always avoid complacency in our analysis of political economic dynamics, of the stakeholders and the interests, whereby the best laid plans and strategies can be rendered asunder by the tensions and contradictions lurking underneath the surface of an otherwise placid landscape. Now, taking the longest view we could take, we can discern four broad phases in the development of the political economy of Palestine, historical phases, until October 7th, which were separated by major shocks that resulted in a significant reshuffling at each stage of the battlefield, so to speak. First, the pre-1948 Palestine, in which the core powers of the respective national movements and economic structures emerged in that period. They were already lopsided in favor of the Jewish economy and Zionist political goals, ending with the 1948 Nakba. This so-called dual economy is what the economists at the time termed it, which is basically industrializing Jewish economy and a still agrarian Arab economy, was the forerunner, in fact, of today's center-periphery structural economic relations that continue to underpin Israeli political supremacy in Palestine. And here I'm talking about distinct regional economies in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, in Gaza, and inside Israel. Second phase, if you wish, historically speaking, is the 1948-67 period, where you had an Israeli state building and socialist market economy building amidst a Palestinian demographic dispersion, material dispossession calculated today at $750 billion, and political fragmentation, with half of the people turned into refugees in 5 Arab host countries, others falling under Israeli, Jordanian, and Egyptian rule. So, of course, this disrupted any pre-1948 trajectories of capital accumulation, class formation, or development in any conventional sense of the terms. Shock. So shock, shock. Then you have 1967 shock, whereby you have a post-war expansion of Israeli effective sovereignty throughout the breadth of Palestine, ushering in a period of so-called military occupation and direct rule over Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. This entailed a new set of economic dependencies. Labor, which we'll hear some more about from Lamis, trade, money, and we can talk about that as well. Even as a unified Palestinian national movement was being consolidated in the 70s and the 80s, and first elaboration, we were just talking with Ibrahim, of a set of national goals and coherent strategies consistent with a national liberation sort of outlook, if you wish, and a strategy alongside, in fact, a strategy of armed resistance against occupation with significant international spillovers. They're still making films about Munich, I can't believe it. Leading to the outbreak of the first Intifada and the first challenge by the people, if you wish, rather than by the PLO and its armed, to this idea of indefinite Israeli occupation. That was 87. Then you have the new break is the breakthrough of Oslo in 1994, whereby Israel appeared to be ready to compromise on its claim over all of Palestine and to accept Palestinian national rights. And this was, in fact, the beginning of another... And this was the beginning of another prolonged phase of a more sophisticated interplay between the politics and the economics of Palestine, and one which was enshrined in an Israeli policy of asymmetric containment, which successfully postponed October 7th by some 30 years, and during which an aggressive and overwhelming settler colonial project unfolded in Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank. Fourth, I need another 5 minutes. While the earlier experiences that I mentioned remain rich material for deeper study of Palestinian economic history, it is this most recent phase that ended in October 7th and the new era in the political economy of Palestine that has come since that I wish to focus on for the remainder of my minutes. Had I addressed this subject in 2023, I would have said that the economy of Palestine had become deeply mired in the unintentional but inevitable fallout from this asymmetric relation that it had been locked into by the Oslo Accords, and that therefore the only policy horizon was one of long-term resilience in the face of prolonged occupation, settlement expansion, and de facto annexation by Israel of the remainder of Palestine. That's the way it looked. Even though the period between 94 and 23 was not an immutable or unchanging structure and each had its own separate phases, but the overriding feature was Israel's ability to manage the conflict without moving towards peace with Palestine. Indeed, by repudiating in the last years any two-state permanent status agreement, even as the PLO continued and continues till today to insist on that outcome. So you had in this Oslo period, this fourth phase that I mentioned, you had these four, if you wish, or three sub-phases. The years until the second intifada of 2000 were actually hopeful, and they were premised on such a solution, the two-state outcome, from the Palestinian point of view. But once Rabin had been eliminated, had been killed by the Israeli right, and the rise of revisionist Zionism under Netanyahu had begun, that goal was effectively removed from the agenda. Then you have, after the Palestinian political division of 2007, the international community reinterpreted the terms of the Oslo Compromise into an agenda of reform and neoliberal, basically, economy building as a pathway to proving Palestinian eligibility for statehood, the famous Salam Fayyad period. Now, once the peace process effectively ended after 2015, with the full assumption of power in Israel and throughout its institutions, the state's institutions, of a series of right-wing, radical right-wing coalitions, economic structural dependencies had cemented by then the divided and besieged and flailing Palestinian regional economies within Israel's orbit. As colonial expansion and settler aggression intensified, a system of violent and discreet enforcement of differential rights in the one apartheid state reality which legally and politically and economically had emerged. For many scholars of the Palestine economy, the most appropriate theoretical and comparative empirical framework for analyzing these complex relations, and now I'm talking about heterodox scholars, was that of settler colonialism studies. We can talk about that too, but anyhow. Other Marxist analyses, not many, attempted to unpack Palestinian class and capital relations and examine their interrelations with those of settler colonialism. So I had literally, I'm at finally here. My own work has led me to question the whole national self-determination paradigm, as first elaborated by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin and subsequently reiterated in most anti-colonial struggles. According to this doctrine, the necessity of establishing the nation state takes precedence over the class struggle in the building of socialism, which in the Palestinian case has meant failure on both fronts, national and class. Finally, I conclude by noting that the October 7th attack on Israel and Israel's genocidal responses that continue unabated as we speak, I mean, just need to watch Al Jazeera, confirms that Israeli asymmetric containment has failed, and it's no longer an option. Hence, the ability of Israeli neo-Zionists such as Smotrich and Ben-Gvir to hallucinate along with Donald Trump and Jared Kushner of imperialist, capitalist, real estate designs on the Gaza Strip, which happens to entail ethnic cleansing and the denial of all possible rights of the Palestinian people. So the new phase we have entered since 2023, to be honest, is beyond political economy. There is no political economy of genocide that I know of. There is only resistance and survival, which presumably would mean defeating the genocide and not letting it pass. That's still possible. This is first and foremost a task for Palestinian people, one that they remarkably have achieved so far in Gaza, despite the horrible losses and terrible costs, and that for the past few weeks especially has intensified in the West Bank, or as the US government is about to rebaptize the area, Judea and Samaria. So until the full struggle has played out over the coming year, there's not much an economist or any expert can tell you, or as the poet would say, Scott, you don't need a weatherman to tell you how the wind's blowing. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't mention my institute, Palestine Economic Policy Research Institute, MAS, www.mas.ps. I left a couple of booklets here of a conference we recently did, so you get an idea of the sort of level and issues we discuss, and also an institutional profile. So anyhow, my water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raja. Now we have the pleasure of having Lamiz Faraj with us. Lamiz is a researcher in fiscal policies, public budget, economic and developmental policies, with a strong passion for socioeconomic issues and political economy. Lamiz obtained her master's degrees in economics from Birzeit University, 2016, and a bachelor degree in economics from Birzeit University in 2010. Lamiz has many publications that are available actually on the website of your current employer, which is?
Aman, Transparency Palestine.
Perfect. So she has many publications there. Okay.
Hello. I'm Lamiz Faraj. Today I'm going to present the situation of Palestinian labor who are working on Israeli market. So, I have some slides to show. And well, my presentation, I will focus on my presentation on the Palestinian labor in the Israeli market and why Israeli prefer hiring Palestinian labor, and what's happened after the genocide work and the impact of the suspension of Palestinian workers from Israel on the Palestinian economy as well as on the Israeli economy, especially on construction and agriculture sector, because most of the Palestinian labor, they work on those sectors. And what's happened after the shift in Israeli policies under the current right wing toward the West Bank and also the Palestinian labor, and what's the debate now in Israeli community about replacing the Palestinian labor by Indian or Asian worker or rehiring them. So before I start, I'm just going to give a briefing about the Palestinian-Israeli economic situation. So the Palestinian-Israeli economic situation or relation is a domination relation where Israeli dominate, the Israeli economy dominate the Palestinian economy, which appear through the asymmetrical power and the subordinate status of the Palestinian economy within the colonial hierarchy. And the first element, the first manifestation of this relation is the labor flow. The Palestinian labor constitute around 20% of the Palestinian labor force. So this is why this important topic, because fifth of the Palestinian community, they depend on their income from Israeli market, because fifth of the Palestinian, they work in Israeli market. So why this happened, how the Palestinian transfer from self-employed, working on their agriculture and their small lands, and how they transform to a wage worker in Israeli market. This has happened before 1948, when the Palestinian labor, they went to work on Jewish industries because of the land acquisition, because of the Israeli policies, because of the policies for impoverishment the Palestinian community, because of the demolition. And this relation continued until before the 7th of October, the genocide war. And it was like, it was organized by the Paris Protocol, where in Article 7, it's mentioned that both sides will attempt to maintain the normality of movement of labor between them, subject to each side to determine from time to time extent and condition of the labor movement into its area. So in this statement, it could be seen that we have like a symmetrical power, like we have two countries with the same power. But in fact, the only one that determines this relation is the Israeli side. And this is not referred to the supply and demand in the Israeli labor market, but it's basically the main driver for this relation is the security and political issues. And this is what I will also explain later in this slide. So as I said, before the war, there was around 20% of the Palestinian labor work in Israeli market, and most of them, 80% of them, now they are unemployed because because of the suspension of the permission to go to Israel. So now they are become unemployed without any source of income. And the debate in Israeli center on the trade-off between the security and economy. So some of the political, they are advocate for rehiring Palestinian because of the security issues and because they think that if you hire the Palestinian and they put them and rehire them and make their priority to just like to work, they will not be affiliated or they will not make anything like or to be part of any resistance activity. So they will be more interested in like earning their income and in their work, while the others, they such as Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who is the Minister of Finance, they are pushing for a permanent ban on Palestinian, and they don't want to rehire Palestinian in their market. So there was a fluctuation of the flow of the Palestinian worker into Israeli market, and this fluctuation based also on the security issues. For example, between the 1967 and 1993, there was around a third of Palestinian, they are working on Israeli market. But after 1991 and the Paris Protocol, because Israeli, they issuing the individual permit. So when they issuing this permit, the number of the people that they are working in Israel, it's decreased, because this permit means that to have this permit to enter Israel, to have this permit, they do a security check. So if you want to work there, you have to be, as they in their on Israeli perspective, clean. That means that your priority is only your work. You are not even work in any even social activity or any movement. So after the second Intifada, there was like a campaign also boycotting working in Israel, and also because of the political condition, also the number decreased. But before the genocide war, it's around like 20%. It's around 200,000 people who work in Israeli market. So those people, why they are working there? They were working there because of the deterioration of economic situation in Palestine. We don't have any, the Palestinian market cannot accept all of this labor because of the continuous policies of the Israeli and the impoverishment of the economic and the situation in Palestine. So those people, when they go and work on Israeli market, the impact is not limited to their improving their conditions and their economic situation, but rather it's also because when they are going there, they earn double or 3 times more than the Palestinian who work on Palestinian labor market. So the remittances that come from Israel, it's around $3 to $4 billion each year, which is around half of the public budget. Half of the public budget. The remittances, and it's also about 20 to 25% of the GDP. So this is when now they are unemployed. So this is affect and contribute in deterioration of the economic situation in the West Bank. So. And this also contributes to deepening economic dependency, creating distortion in the Palestinian labor market, and also fostering an economic lacking productive base capable of driving the economy and create opportunity for those workers. And now, why Israeli they are interested or why they are hiring the Palestinian labor? Actually, they are not like we are not. The issue for why they are hiring and deploying the Palestinian labor, not because they want to exploit, even though they are exploiting the Palestinian labor, but the main driver for this is politically. Because even we are 20% of the Palestinian labor force work in Israeli market, but they are just only 3% of the Israeli labor market force. And most of them, they are work on construction. And this is a very vital sector and has a multiplier effect. So first of all, why they are hiring Palestinian labor? Because of the economic domination. They believe that they can dominate us by economic, and this is what we see, because they are working on fostering developmental impoverishment through land and resource acquisition and restriction on Palestinian growth. And secondly, because of the security purpose, where Shlomo Gazit, he is the Israeli first military coordinator, he said labor migration serves not only economic interests, there is an economic interest. there is a benefit from hiring Palestinian labor, but this is not only serve the economic interests, but also politically and security purposes within the broader context of the Israeli colonial rule in the occupied Palestinian territory. So on the economic side and the economic benefit, the wage of Palestinian worker are lower than the foreign worker, and they are bring the at the end of the day the Palestinian labor he go back to his home. So because we have like we share the custom and we have a free trade. So we most of the export in Palestine comes from Israel. So the money will back to Israel because the labor, they will spend their money in Palestinian economy, but actually most of it will go back to Israel. And also Palestinian worker, he know how, because this is our land actually, Israel is our Palestinian land. So the Palestinian worker, they have a well-inherited experience in construction, and they know the land, and they know they know the details of how to work. Comparing to any foreign labor. So what's happened after the genocide, and what's the impact of barring a Palestinian worker from Israel on the Palestinian economy? First of all, there was like a impact on their individual level because they are now unemployed. Most of them, they are unemployed. So we are talking about 1/5 of the Palestinian population. They are without any source of income. So they are looking for any available job. They postponing their check payment. They postponing many projects that they are going to do. They also become a competitor to the Palestinian labor who are working in the Palestinian market. So, and on the macro level, because I said that there is a remittances which is around $3 to $4 billion. So the unemployment has risen the West Bank to 35%. The GDP has sharply declined, and also the citizen purchasing power has decreased. So while also there is an effect on the Israeli market, because not all of the Israelis, they want Palestinians to go back and to work, not because of the security issues, but also there is an economic benefit because most of the Palestinian labor, they are working on construction. So the construction sector is a very important sector there. And the losses, it's around like in the construction industry experienced a 35 drop in monthly output in 2024 and equating to a loss about $650 million. And also this led to reduced supply and project delay, higher housing price, and increased financial inflation. And there's also an impact on the agriculture sector. And now the debate is still continue, but it seems, and even that the Israeli security agency, they are recommending returning Palestinian worker, but most of the members, they are still opposed to this idea, and they don't want to rehire the Palestinian labor, and they want to pay the economic cost, and they don't care about any economic cost, but they make a permanent ban, and they don't want to rehire Palestinian workers. And we, from our side, we don't want to work on Israeli market. We want to refuse, and we want to work on a campaign boycotting working on Israeli market. Also, even although there is many costs and economically costs, but we have to work on a resistance economy, and we have to work on a plans that we can like initiating new industries and to think about how to gradually disengage from the Israeli economy and to finish this relation gradually and to hire the Palestinian labor in the Palestinian market. Even it will not be economically benefited, but it will be benefited for us on the long term, and it will be benefited for our dignity. So that's all, and thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lamiz. Now we have with us Shir Haver from Berlin. Shir is a graduate from Free University of Berlin. He is also the coordinator of the military embargo campaign of the BDS movement. His recent book is The Privatization of Israeli Security. 2017 with Pluto Press, and he has a wonderful other book that, in a way, I think many of us read, which is actually called The Political Economy of Israel's Occupation, and that's of 2010, and it's a real classic. I hope you have a chance to take a look.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the chair for inviting me. Unfortunately, my book has become very outdated, but today I'll talk about more actual things. I want to start with a little bit of the scientific part very quickly. The most controversial thing I have to say today, for this audience at least, is that I think that a materialist understanding of the Israeli economy is not giving us the full picture. And I think we need to look at the symbolic importance of economic developments, something that for Marx was part of the superstructure, but I think it is very significant for us. And here I think that we have to understand that a capitalist system is based on a concept of constant growth and a perspective of the future. Once this is not secure, and the sense is that the future is, that there is no future, actually, then there is no investment. And there's no investment, there's no profit, and the whole system starts to collapse. I personally tend to belong to the political economy school of institutional thinking of Thorstein Veblen, So I think it's very interesting to look at the Israeli institutions and what happened to them in the last year and a half, where if a lot of Israelis say, well, there are no institutions anymore. So the state doesn't function as a state. And if people have lost all of their faith in the police, in the courts, in the media, in the transportation system, the health system, and so on, it means that actually there is no state of Israel. There is some kind of momentum, there is a war, there is a genocide, the weapons are there, the soldiers, like zombies, are killing out of momentum, but what is the prospect for the future? So one last thing I want to say about the scientific part is that when Israel transformed from a collectivist, corporatist structure, which is, I don't want to say socialism, because it's socialism for one ethnic group, so it's corporatism, into a rabid capitalist system in the 80s through a structural adjustment program, then it lost the social contract that made it possible to recruit the population for military service, for the national projects, for the making sacrifices for the nation. Without that, there is no basis of support. But here, I am surprised to see that with this collapse of the Israeli state and economy that's happening in front of our eyes, the ones who are betraying their capitalist loyalties are actually the corporate media, which is the financial corporate media, like Wall Street Journal, Financial Times. These media are supposed to be loyal to the investors and tell them the facts that they need in order to make stories, to make decisions about investment, and yet they refuse to report on what's happening to the Israeli economy. My own articles have been rejected, but I'm not a particularly important writer. People who are far more famous and influential couldn't publish reports about the Israeli economy in these newspapers because, of course, once the facts are known, nobody will want to invest in this economy. So, enough about science. I came here not to talk about theory, but about practice. And I want to talk about BDS. The BDS movement has never been more powerful and successful around the world. This is a bittersweet moment because, of course, I think we would all rather live in a world where BDS is not necessary. And the growth of BDS is directly proportioned to the atrocities committed against the Palestinian people. Nevertheless, we need to recognize what is happening with BDS. I'll start with boycott from below. Just this week, there was a report about a survey that was conducted worldwide of people where they were asked to evaluate the brand value of different countries. Which countries they consider to be good countries or destabilizing countries. Do they like to buy something that is written made in the USA, made in Germany, made in Israel? Israel, for the first time, has gotten the last place in this report, below North Korea. So Moving on to divestment. 90% of investments in the Israeli high-tech sector have disappeared. This is, I think when I was saying that the financial media is not interested in reporting about what's happening to the Israeli economy, this doesn't mean that the Israelis don't know. The Israelis know what's happening better than anyone else. And so more than 50% of all the investments through financial funds within Israel, and this includes all the institutional investors. I say institutional not to confuse with institutional political economy. I mean banks, insurance companies, financial investors. More than 50% of those funds have been transferred abroad, because why would you invest in an economy that you don't think has a future? And because of this, the financial crisis in Israel is very, very deep, very deep. Right now, if you're looking at the most actual indicators, it looks like there's a recovery because people believe that the ceasefire will be sustainable, and somehow the Israeli economy will be able to regrow and reconstruct, but it's not, it doesn't have the tools to do so, and I will explain why. But when the genocide started, and it was a tremendous burden on the Israeli economy from the beginning, the chairman of the central bank said, if this war will end up costing $50 billion, the Israeli economy will be ruined. So we have to have a ceasefire right away. That's something he said in November 2023. In the last year, I'm still on the topic of divestment, there were 2 divestment actions that are worth mentioning. Intel, the world's largest chip manufacturer, now number 2, decided to cancel its plans to invest $25 billion in an Israeli manufacturing plan because they didn't see any prospects for this investment. Then Google, who was poised to purchase an Israeli company called Wix, has changed its mind and canceled the purchase with $23 billion. So 23 billion plus 25 billion, that's almost $50 billion right there, not including the actual cost of the war. I remind you, the chairman of the central bank said 50 billion is what Israel cannot afford. So we're way past that point. Moving on to sanctions. The sanctions is the last stage of BDS. I mean, the 3 letters come at a certain order for a reason. Governments are the last to act. Nevertheless, let me give you one example of a discussion that just happened in the Israeli Ministry of Energy, where the chief scientists and engineers in Israel were telling the Ministry of Energy, Israel is dependent on coal and cannot, under any circumstances, stop relying on coal for electricity production because there's just not enough natural gas to produce electricity that Israel needs. But the Ministry of Energy said, we don't care, we're going to import natural gas if necessary, because the biggest supplier of coal to Israel, which is Colombia, has stopped coal shipments to Israel. Coal is a dual-use item. And therefore, Israel doesn't have a choice. So the Ministry of Energy is disguising the fact that there are sanctions as if it's an environmental decision to use gas for energy, while at the same time they're burning diesel in order to produce electricity so that the population doesn't feel the fact that electricity production is declining because of the coal shortage. So burning diesel is the worst thing you can do in terms of the environment. And I have to mention that the International Court of Justice on July 19th has published its advisory opinion saying that the occupation is illegal. It's a war crime. And that Israel is an apartheid state, and that third states are obligated to impose sanctions on Israel. On September 28th, the United Nations voted to adopt this advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice with a 2/3 majority. 124 countries voted yes. Only 14 countries voted no, among them Israel, the gigantic Micronesia, and also the United States, but for unsurprising reasons. But this means that the United Nations has taken an obligatory decision to sanction Israel until the occupation ends. So sanctions are no longer an option, now they're an obligation. I want to say something about the military embargo because this is my focus within the BDS movement. This is what I'm working on all the time. And it is a bit weird to talk about the military embargo when I'm in the United States, the country that ignores international law and continues to provide billions of dollars worth of weapons to Israel, seconded by Germany. But the United States continues to be the biggest provider of weapons. But but the United States is in a small minority. And this is something worth mentioning because I think we've been in the panels, and when we were talking about this panel, it was described as if it's like a conversation that's happening in the margins, as if we are the rebels. But I know that people here in the audience love to associate with the underdog. This is part of being a progressive. I completely understand this. But I'm sorry, the situation has reversed. The world has spoken up on the side of Palestine. The Palestinians are the police in the sense of they speak for law, for international law, and the criminals are Israel. So other than the United States, which is now announcing sanctions against the ICC, the rest of the world is not taking this seriously. And all these weapons coming from the United States, in order to make it to Israel, they have to pass through other countries. And already Portugal, Spain, Ireland, Belgium and the Netherlands have made decisions or court decisions and saying that they will not allow these weapons to pass. In Greece and Cyprus, the unions are blocking these shipments with their bodies because they're obeying international law, and the weapons are being at least slowed down, not yet stopped, but we are talking about the only country that is willing to keep those shipments doesn't have a border with Israel. They have to send it through other countries. So I want to say something about intersectionalism, because the BDS movement is an intersectional movement, and we have to understand that in this moment, especially when it feels so dark and depressing with President Trump and his statements, the power that we have is through unity that comes from many different groups coming together, and Trump is uniting us in that sense. So this gives us the power to support BDS more than ever, and this is, I think, one of the reasons that BDS is growing so fast and is so powerful is because of its intersectional nature. And even, I mean, I live in Germany, where the government is trying so hard to criminalize BDS, trying so hard to make the lives of BDS activists difficult, but they can't, because, again, Palestinians are on the side of the law. And it's the very few governments in the world that refuse to recognize that are on the side of the criminals, and they will have to give account for it. Because I have a little bit more time, I wanted to say just one thing on a personal note. Because I have to say that the combination of BDS and genocide is something, like in terms of this historic period that we are living through. As a Jew is something that affected me and still affects me very much. When the genocide started, of course there were scholars, legal scholars and historians who were talking about the genocide, but I'm not a scholar of genocide. For me, genocide is something that I've learned from the stories of my grandmother, because I am Jew and my family is from Poland and had to escape the Nazis, and those who didn't escape were murdered. So I was thinking, is BDS even relevant? Because Jews tried to boycott Nazi Germany as a way of resisting a genocide, and it didn't work. And a fascist genocidal state cannot be stopped with, non-violent grassroots protests. That didn't work. And I had a very serious crisis of faith. But I have to say now, a year and a half later, that I have to recognize the reality. We are not in the 30s and the 40s anymore. We are in a different world. We have international institutions. We have the UN, we have the ICJ, we have the ICC. We have the Global South speaking up for humanity. What we didn't have 80 years ago. So now humanity is at a stage where it is possible to stop a genocide and to achieve justice with these methods of intersectional, grassroots, and progressive movement. So now we can see this happening with BDS, and I hope that all of you will join. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ibrahim Shikaki. So happy you're here with us. Assistant Professor of Economics at Trinity College in Connecticut. Ibrahim has a PhD from the New School for Social Research in New York and held teaching positions at the New School, the International University College of Turin, the IUC, Birzeit and Al-Quds University. He also held research in several research positions at the Palestine Economic Policy Research Institute, so Raja's Institute, MAS, in Ramallah. His recent publications include a journal article on modeling the Palestinian economy, a book chapter on the political economy of dependency and class formation in Palestine, and a foreign policy piece on the dangers of economic peace. All incredible. I learned so much from you, Ibra. I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you. I was telling some of my colleagues, I think I watched too many mediocre Hollywood movies where the speaker is supposed to say something and they have it written, and then the last moment she or he decides, I'm going to rip this apart and I'm going to say something completely new. And after listening to the president yesterday, that's what I did, unfortunately. For me, which is why I spent this morning writing something that still connects Palestine to heterodoxy and political economy, but also kind of responding to some of those notes. So let me first start by thanking Jisoo and Bruno and Clara and Scott and everybody who is responsible for this project. As somebody who works at the intersection of heterodox economics and the political economy of Palestine, this is emotional for me. This is my community. This is my collective. And I really do appreciate being able to be here and speaking to you. I also wanted to thank the president of the University of Tulsa, first for his vision and support for this idea, but also for his remarks. I'll admit, hearing his opposition to a panel that I'm at is not the most welcoming, but I'm sure we all here have thick skin and we've faced much worse than this. And while I disagree with him, I do want to take him by his offer and to use this space to explain precisely why it is crucial to discuss Palestine in the way that we are discussing it here today. It is quite common to hear demands about representing everybody. Interestingly, when Matthias talks about conflict, he's not asked to bring in the capitalists here. And when Bob talks about the oligarchic tendencies, he's not asked to bring those people here. But when we talk about Palestine, it's expected to do that. And I get it. Listen, if this was something about international relations or about the Palestinian-Israeli or Arab-Israeli negotiations, it might be an acceptable idea. But this is a gathering about heterodox economics. There are no equal sides here, Anwar, right? Now, death is equal, yes. Sorrow is equal. The tears of a mother holding a baby is equal. But that's only one side of the coin. We're taught as heterodox economics not only to look at one side, the exchange sphere. The exchange sphere, everything is equal, right? When you go and you buy $20 worth of a cup of coffee, it's an equal exchange because you approve and they approve. When you go work for a minimum wage, that's an equal exchange in the labor market. When you go and you pay 25% on the credit card, that's an equal exchange. When we only look at the exchange sphere, everything is an equal interaction. But then we're told in heterodox economics to look at the production sphere. That's where conflict and power arises. And just like that, when we talk about Palestine, just focusing on the issue of death being equal and sadness being equal is not enough, because in this context, power is unequal. Might is unequal. Aggression is unequal. And heterodox economics, as I understand it, is exactly about that. It is about power and it is about inequality. See, heterodox economics is not only about how production functions cannot be aggregated, about how economic growth can be demand-led, about how growth paths do not automatically revert to their previous trends. Heterodox economics is not only about the determinants of investment functions, or about animal spirits, or about emerging properties. My mentor would say, well, they used to call them dialectics, now they're called emerging properties. But heterodox economics is not only about that. At its core, it is about power and inequality. And I understand everything, the way that I was taught it, as inequality. Inequality in terms of uneven development, inequality within the conflict of the main class relation between capital and labor, inequality within stratification of economics by looking at race and gender and other stratification, inequality of who bears the brunt of environmental degradation, who collects the fruit of growth, and who is first to be hit at times of downturn, that inequality. This is where I believe heterodoxy and Palestine intersect. And that's where heterodox economics can provide, I believe, insight and tools that do not exist in the mainstream. And just like Clara mentioned, I think one of those tools that is extremely relevant is to understand the role of history, both the history of thought, but also economic history. So a lot of times when I speak nowadays, I tell them, listen, I don't need to give you that daily newsletter of genocide, the death, the destruction, all of that. You can get that readily. And because Palestinians are dehumanized, we have it televised. We have a televised genocide going on. But I do think understanding how we got here today is where we can add something. So today it's important to understand that economic history of the political economy in Palestine. One recent decision that has been overlooked, you're right, a little bit given there's everything going on, was that ICJ ruling in July, basically saying that the occupation is illegal. So a few people, legal scholars in the UK, got in touch with me and said, Ibrahim, there's this interesting part, right? In it, it says, it is the responsibility of those countries, the third parties, to distinguish dealings with Israel between its own territory and the occupied Palestinian territory. There's a fallacy there a little bit, I feel, because it's almost like we're saying there's two hypothetical parts of Israel. And again, this is not unrelated to the president's remark. There's somehow a hypothetical standalone part within the Israeli economy that is okay to deal with. And then there's a segment of it connected to its settler colonial project. And again, when I say settler colonial project, I mean in the US, you sometimes get this pushback. Let's remember, it was called the Jewish Colonization Association, right? Nowadays, colonization is frowned upon, but that's exactly what the Zionist leaders foresee the Zionist movement. I was talking yesterday with Shir. The current Israeli military operation in the West Bank is now called the Iron Wall. And he asked me, do you know why it's called that? And I thought for a second, I'm like, there's no way that's Jabotinsky's Iron Wall. And he said, it's exactly that. So if you guys just read one thing after today about Palestine, the 1923 pamphlet that is available online by Ze'ev Jabotinsky is something to read. Ze'ev Jabotinsky is the ideological grandfather of revisionist Zionism of the Likud party that Netanyahu is the head of. And I do want to quote, because I believe these three quotes are the most important part of everything that I'm going to say. Very, very short. This is what Jabotinsky is saying in 1923. My readers have a general idea of the history of colonization in other countries. I suggest that they consider all the precedents and see if there is one solitary instance of any colonization being carried on with the consent of the native population. There is no such precedent. The native populations, civilized or uncivilized, have always stubbornly resisted the colonists. He says, we may tell them whatever we like about the innocence of our aims, watering them down and sweetening them with honeyed words to make them palatable. But they know what we want as well as we know what they don't want. Mr. President, here's what he says. They feel at least the same instinctive jealous love of Palestine as the old Aztecs felt for ancient Mexico and the Sioux for their rolling prairies. This is what Jabotinsky is saying. Zionist colonization, this is where the Iron Wall comes from. Zionist colonization, he calls it colonization, must either stop or else proceed regardless of the native population, which means that it can proceed and develop only under the protection of a power that is independent of the native population behind an iron wall, which the native population cannot breach. And so when I say, when we talk about settler colonialism, this is in the words of the founding Zionist movement. So they got to me and they said, well, Ibrahim, can we have this division, right? There's a part of Israel that connects and a part that does not connect to settler colonialism. And my answer was, which obviously they knew, was absolutely not, right? And so there are 2 points that I want to mention related to that. First, the reason why you can't do that is that the path dependency of the Zionist settler colonial project, aided by the British Mandate and the Zionist organization, make a strong argument that the evolution of Israel's economy today would have not been possible had it not been for its colonial foundation. Very similar to the scholarship showing that the past dependency of today's US economy on slavery. So, Becker's book about slavery's capitalism and other works in that context. So it's important to understand that part before even the establishment of the State of Israel. Following the Balfour Declaration, which was in 1917, the British Mandate not only included in their charter in Article 6 that the British administration would facilitate Jewish immigration and encourage settlement by Jews, it deliberately facilitated the growth of the Jewish economy, this is before the establishment of the State of Israel, and imposed policies that would ultimately strip Palestinians from their main means of production, which is their land. What did the mandate do? The mandate required taxes in agriculture be in cash, not in kind, driving peasants into debt and borrowing with higher interest. It provided some of the first economic concessions of vital projects in Palestine, including the electricity company, the salt company, and other. But also, very importantly, how we are using trade, Pepe. The mandate was deliberate in skewing the tariff and trade policies to benefit Jewish industries. And so one example is that it would have high tariffs imposed on cement and chemicals, which were Jewish productions, to protect the, kind of that infant industry protection of Jewish industries, while it had absolutely no tariffs on olive oil and soap, which were mainly Arab products at that time. So following those distortions, it's not a surprise that 25 years after the mandate, what you had was the weight of the overall Jewish economy overtook now its Arab counterpart. It grew from 19% of overall production to 53%, and the Jewish share of industrial manufacturing production was around 90%. Jewish capital investment became 90% of that total economy. So this is all before the State of Israel. Now, after the State of Israel was created, the extent to which the Palestinian economy became reliant on the Israeli goods and labor market, as Lamis mentioned, as well as Israel's policies of control over borders, natural resources, and financial resources, have also been instrumental in the current global standing of the Israeli economy. Israel would achieve significant economic benefits as a byproduct, Raja, of its continued settler colonial project, which aims to control the land and replace the native population. So Lamis mentioned the dependency on the labor market. This did start, especially after 1967, a huge wave of proletarianization, where you had self-employed Palestinians who were working in agriculture, losing their capital, and as Carl would say, only had their labor to sell, right? So Palestinian labor served Israel in a multitude of ways. Clearly, the introduction of this new pool of cheap labor curtailed wage inflation and ensured a steady profit for Israeli capitalists, but also that reserve army was utilized sometimes to quell conflict between Israeli capital and Israeli labor. So it suppressed the bargaining power of Jewish labor at times of recessions, right? Hey, we have this alternative for you, but also allowing for some sort of social mobility at times of growth. But it's not just Palestinian work in Israel, there was also Palestinian work for Israel, hiring Palestinian enterprises as subcontractors. One of the first places that I worked in as a 15-year-old was a small pillow workshop in Tulsa that was actually a subcontractor for an Israeli company. Purchasing power, you see, that work in Israel and for Israel provided Palestinians with purchasing power, but purchasing power combined with that weak productive sector was basically a recipe for an ever-increasing trade deficit for Palestinians, and by the 1980s, more than 2/3 of all Palestinian trade was tied through Israel. So this dependency relation, if you want, on the Israeli labor and goods market created a huge structural distortion in the Palestinian economy and locked it in a cycle of underdevelopment. It was unable to develop a strong productive base. Its trade deficit skyrocketed, while on the other hand, Israel was able to plunder the natural resources, including land, water, and minerals, make use of the reserve army of labor to ensure low costs, and it opened up the Palestinian economy to its goods in order to guarantee, at least in the beginning, when that was a sizable part, that there's no crisis of overproduction. So in summary, these two reasons, first talking about the establishment of the State of Israel, the role of the British Mandate, the role of other Zionist organizations, but also after the establishment of the State of Israel, this dependency makes it almost impossible to say, well, hey, there's this naughty part of the Israeli economy that is connected somehow to a settler colonial project, and then there's a okay part that is not. And so the final two things that I will mention very kind of briefly that maybe we can discuss a little bit aside from this notion of dependency and talking about what the Palestinian economy looks like and that political economy and the conflict of Palestinian labor vis-a-vis both Palestinian and Israeli capitalists. But there are two other points that I do want to mention that maybe we don't discuss enough here. And so the first is the usefulness of heterodox economics to understand political phenomena as well. Even that old vintage good dependency theory, Ingrid, tells us about the role of the comprador, right? That you have a segment within the periphery that has its interests aligned with that of the core. And it's very important to understand that if you're looking at the Palestinian Authority today, and please, if you're interested in that, just read about the Palestinian Authority's recent operation in the Jenin refugee camp just in the last 2 weeks. So understanding the role of the Palestinian Authority in that sense is important. And second, while clearly everybody here agrees that there is not a mere economic solution for a political issue, neglecting the economics can be very dangerous. And I always talk about this and always talk about the role of South Africa as a cautionary tale. It teaches us that you can rid yourself sometimes of political apartheid, but that has just translated to a form of economic apartheid as well. So it's very important to keep that in mind. Thank you for bearing with me, and I hope we can talk more about this in some of these discussions.
That was great. So the panel collectively decided that we're skipping the second round of comments to have more time for questions. So we'll collect a couple and then we'll give it back to the floor so you have plenty of time to answer. We have 45 minutes, so it's a good amount of time. Okay, wonderful. So maybe I can take one of these. Okay, yes.
My name is Sam. I'm unemployed and I'm a college dropout, but I'm here. And I had a question about Dr. Scheer. You made a point that historical materialism isn't enough, and I was hoping you could expand on what you meant about symbols and how that is like diametrically opposed to historical materialism.
Thank you so much. That was just really, really, really amazing. I just have two questions. So one was, sorry, just looking at my notes. Yeah, Raja, that you were saying that one of the first things that you said was the heterodox economics for Palestine is mostly not Marxist. And I just wonder if you could expand a little bit on why that is. You know, is it about assassination of Marxists, or is there an? Sorry. You want yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, this is for, okay, it's for everyone. And also, what are the implications of that? And then the other one for Scheer, because you mentioned the BDS movement and, you know, how it didn't work in the case of the Nazis. But, you know, building on what Ibrahim said at the end, how about, like, a lot of people draw parallels between the BDS movement in South Africa, ending the political apartheid, not the economic one, and what's happening now? And, like, what do you see about, like, what are the differences between those two movements, and what can we learn from that?
I suggest for those who ask questions to stand up and maybe look at the audience so they can hear better. Short question. Please stand up.
Yes, I know that this particular last few paragraphs that can be produced locally, I was thinking that the Zapatistas and the Kurds in Rojava were acting on trying to create their own institutions, including their own food production, their own clinics, their own housing, all the stuff that's done by capitalism with the state. They wanted to do it locally with their communities. That seems like something that maybe the people in Palestine could look at and learn from and maybe help create something similar.
Thank you so much. Yes, so we have 4 here. So let's do, yes.
All right, so Sirisha Naidu from University of Missouri, Kansas City. And I have a question. I think it's for everyone, but I think it stems from what you talked about, Scheer. You made this distinction between a materialist understanding and a symbolic understanding, but nothing that I've heard in today's presentation suggests that the symbolic and the material are different from each other. And that goes back to also, you know, I work on agrarian political economy and, you know, sort of resistance against dispossession, whether it's agrarian land or, you know, like ecological resources. And all of the resources, you know, whether it's the land back movement here or it's the return to land and homeland, or in the Indian context, it's the call for, you know, what is, you know, in Hindi it's Jal Jangal Zameen, which is water, land, and water, forest, and land. I mean, so as much as it is represented as symbolic, it's also very much a materialist demand, but an understanding perhaps that we don't seem to have fully incorporated into heterodox economics and our understanding of political economy, because we think of it in terms of sort of perhaps in terms of the capitalist understanding of what is material. And maybe is there, you know, it seems to me that not that this is the moment, but perhaps because we're all gathered here, that this may be a way of rethinking how we understand the material and maybe not separating it from the symbolic.
Okay, so let's get 2 more, and then maybe we can do a second round. Is that okay? Because otherwise it seems too many. Matthias, here you are.
Very short question. So I know Ibrahim has worked on this, but I don't know if Raja or anybody wants to the fact that that there is no Palestinian currency, and obviously that's sort of an issue. So a little bit of the history of how any debt is foreign debt, and debt to the state of Israel in a sense, which is a complicated thing.
Okay, so there's competition here. So we do Steve, then Scott, and then we take one more, and then we take the other second round. Okay. I'll make sure we get to the second round.
Steve Marr, thanks for the presentations. One thing I work on and think about a bit is the American empire. And so one question that came up for me when you guys were giving your excellent presentations was, the role of the American empire and American foreign investment and so on in sustaining the Israeli economy and in sustaining the genocide that's currently happening. And in particular, we think of, in Marxian political economy, we think of capital as a social relation. So when American capitalists invest in Israel, for example, they're also creating social relations vis-a-vis the Israeli capitalist class, which has, in other contexts at least, tended to break down distinctly national interests. So American capital, to what extent and in what ways is it implicated in the interests of the Israeli ruling class and in the economic status of the Israeli economy?
Thank you, great. Last one from Scott, and then we do a second round.
I'll be real quick. I just wanted to thank you very much for the panel session here. I just maybe give us some advice as to how to handle our president here, right, in terms of what we're doing. And his name is Brad-Carson at utulsa.edu. By all means, feel free to email him and let him know what a wonderful session we had here, okay?
Alrighty, so back to you. If you can keep like 2-3 minutes so we can get a second round, that would be great.
Thank you. I mean, I asked myself the same question, and I mean, one of the few, I've read pretty much everything anybody's written about the Palestinian economy, Israelis, Palestinians, World Bank, everybody, I think, mostly. And there have been no Marxist economists who've written in any sort of with any depth, with any rigor, except perhaps one of the few things that examples is the work that Brahim is doing, because I think he's grounded himself in a way that other Palestinians haven't. You see, so hence, but I also think it's not just because it hasn't happened. I think there's a reason, and the reason is, and this remains to be disproven, that this struggle, this conflict, this settler colonial ideologically driven struggle is really not very amenable to Marxist economic analysis. I mean, I don't really see, you mentioned proletarianization. Yeah, there's been, but is it really a proletariat in the Marxist sense of it's a working class that's been dispossessed of its, yes, I mean, those pros, but this, the best, in my view, most appropriate economic theory to discuss this is not even settler colonial studies, it's classical development theory. I mean, Prebisch and all of that. That's how I understand the relation between these poorer Palestinian economies and Israeli capital. Now that other thing, the U.S. empire, U.S. capital, certainly, absolutely. But does that drive the Zionism, or does the Zionism drive the capital alliances? And the same would apply to those alliances that emerge. I mean, Adam Hani is probably the most rigorous Palestinian Marxist treatment that we've had, but it's been more of he's looked at as well the linkages between Palestinian, Arab, and, well, not Israeli capital, Palestinian and Arab capital. And that's an interesting thing, that we don't really have any examples of Palestinian-Israeli capital collaboration. Commercial, brokerage, agents, yes, but joint investments, coordination of strategy, I don't think it, so hence I really believe that the national struggle continues to drive a wedge between the normal processes of liberal market development. Currency, briefly, we don't have a coherent economy. You have to have a macroeconomy. We don't have one. But anyhow, Heiner wrote a study for us in 2018, literally about these the macro imbalances and the balance of payments, constraints that make it impossible to think of a currency with the sort of economy we have.
I wanted to, though, just because there's not been much controversy between you guys. Everybody seems to agree with each other. I tend to disagree with two of my colleagues. I mean, I think there's a very good reason to single out the settlement economy rather than the Israeli economy. There are good political reasons, there are legal reasons, there are even ideological reasons. And I think there are economic reasons, because you can hurt the settlement economy if you can properly identify it, isolate it, and sanction it in a way that you're never going to be able to. $50 billion or $40 billion of disinvestment is, of course, Israel took a blow. And that's my other disagreement. I don't think Israel is as imminently facing the sort of economic crisis that you see, Shir. But we can, let's leave that to the arguments later. I just wanted to have my own chance.
So I'm going to talk that the Israeli policies, contribute, and the British mandate also, and the policies under the British mandate, it's contribute in enhancing and creating the class transformation from being self-employed in your own land and to be, which means the proletarization, to be a wage worker in Israeli market, and also it's enhance the individualism, because when they create the permission and when they create this relation, there is the dependency and the relation between Israeli and Palestinian economy. It took many forms. One of it is the Palestinian labor in Israeli market, but there is also the smuggling. It's also the brokers. There is many kind of relation, and this relation enhance the individualism. Before that, the Palestinian community is a collectivism, and we live together and we have this common life. So because of the practice and also the new liberal policies and also that taken by the Palestinian Authority, it's also enhanced the individualism. And now we face it with the deterioration of the economic situation. We face this problem, and we see the impact of this individualism. Thank you.
I knew that the most controversial thing I'm going to say was about historical materialism, and that's why I got two questions about it. And this is not the hill I want to die on, because really the point is not to start a theoretical argument here for which I'm very ill-equipped. Rather, I want to use this as an opportunity just to talk about examples of what concretely is happening and what I mean by this difference between materialism and symbolism. When people like Raja are telling me, look, the Palestinians don't have as much money and capital and power and influence as the Israelis. The Israeli economy is so much bigger, so how can I talk about an imminent Palestinian victory and an imminent Israeli collapse? I think that the answer is really in the symbols, in the perspective of people, in their expectations, in the story that they tell themselves about what's happening. I just heard an Israeli scholar quoting The Wire, the show The Wire, where they said, war is not about victory, it's about who loses less quickly. Because, of course, the suffering and destruction that Palestinians are experiencing is unprecedented in the history of Palestine. It's unfathomable, but they're not losing hope. And the Israelis are losing hope. Raja defined Zionism as the desire to have safe space for a Jewish community in Palestine. And a lot of people are saying, well, it's not safe. Actually, this is that Zionism has completely failed because they don't feel safe. And again, the material thing is not important. It doesn't matter if there were periods in the history of Israel in which Israelis were statistically less safe than they are now. But the fact that the Israelis don't feel safe, it's because that the imagined structure of their political institutions is falling apart. This is all in the world of symbols, but it has real concrete results when people take their families and leave the country. If you want, I can give some numbers about the people who are leaving and what kind of people are leaving. I mean, this is something that is just people are voting with their feet about what they feel about the future. And this is what I'm trying to say about this symbolic shift, the sense that Zionism has come to an end, the sense that the Israeli national narrative has lost its legitimacy, it's lost its trajectory, and we are now in a period of decolonization. A very painful and difficult one. And this brings me to the second question about BDS, because, well, just to clarify, the word BDS, the movement BDS is a Palestinian movement. When we talk about other boycott movements, there have been many boycott movements in history, including Palestinian boycott movements. They were not called BDS, they had, and each one is unique and has its own successes and failures. The Palestinians have suffered for such a long period of colonization that they have the advantage of learning from the mistakes of others. And of course, South Africa is an inspiration, but also, you know, parallel to South Africa, there was another country that was recognized by the United Nations as an apartheid state, Rhodesia. And there was not such a powerful movement of boycott against Rhodesia like there was against South Africa. And if you look at what happened with Rhodesia, which is known today as Zimbabwe, it was also decolonized in a different path. I think we can agree that the trajectory of South Africa was better, and that was also the decision of Palestinians to build the BDS movement according to these principles, because they wanted to be inspired by South Africa, but also, as Ibrahim says, to learn from the mistakes and to do it better this time. I hope that answers the question.
So Ingrid, on your point, I feel part of the reason why you don't have that, and this is maybe in the later stage, in the last, let's say, 30, 40 years, is also about the type of economic research on the Palestinian economy that kind of proliferated after the late 80s and early 90s. So similar to a lot of places, the education is mostly in neoclassical economics, but in the late 80s and early 90s, international financial institutions started becoming kind of the core source for economic research. The World Bank had this very famous 6-volume called An Investment in Peace. And so that was kind of following this, you know, neoclassical mainstream approach to economics. There are a few, one of the first things that I've read is the work of Adel Samara, who does have a Marxist kind of tradition behind his work. This summer when I was in Palestine, I was going over the archive. The Palestinian Liberation Organization had this magazine called Samad. And I went over it starting from the late 1970s. This started in 1978. And you actually find a lot of articles. Again, it's not established scholars who are writing academically, but you find a lot of discussion that is very close to the Marxian tradition, that is very close to the notion of conflict and talking about globalized capitalism. But I do believe that that kind of push that happened kind of got everywhere around this. I also believe there was a lot of Marxist tradition, but not in economics. And so you found a lot of that in sociology and in other aspects, but not necessarily economics. I mean, what Raja is talking about the settlement, and we discussed this, a lot of times when you do politics, it's very difficult then to kind of say, well, but I'm not, right now, I'm not doing politics. And so when I say I do not want to differentiate, because I don't want to say that a product of a settlement that was built on the West Bank is problematic because that is land stolen by Palestinians. And then a product that was produced in Rehovot, which is built on my grandfather's village around Zarnuqa, is fine because that was built on the state of Israel. But what I'm saying is, there is a difference, and when you want to talk about policy and you want to talk about tactics and you want about targeting, I can get that. But that's not necessarily what you present in terms of the argument. Matthias, it's about tools. So it was very important. In 1993-94,
Oslo Accords, which are the peace agreements between the Palestinian Liberation Organization and Israel, were signed. The Paris Protocol, signed a year later, was an annex to Oslo II, and it had a bunch of sections on labor, on trade, and on policy. The notion was that there cannot be a Palestinian currency until the Joint Economic Committee, which never met, decides on that. It did actually give some policy in terms of fiscal policy. So it said, now the Palestinian Authority, you know what, you can collect your own money. But 80% of the financial resources that the Palestinians collect are through clearance and tax and tariffs. And so that is in the hand of the Israelis. So even that small tool, the fiscal tool that Palestinians had, for the last 20 years, they've been using as a political blackmail tool and saying, okay, you've gone to the UN to ask for membership, we're not going to give you 50%. Oh, you give money for the families of Palestinian prisoners, we're going to take 50% of that money and give it to the electricity company that you own. So it's also about limiting any control over policy, whether it is monetary or fiscal. The ramifications, again, are then, as Raja mentioned, maybe the last point, sir, to your point on, a lot of times we talk about this notion of a resistance economy. It's like a unicorn sometimes, but we did implement something similar. We called it this sumud, so steadfastness economics. And in the first Intifada, Palestinians decided we're not going to pay taxes for the Israelis, we're not going to buy Israeli products, and we're not going to go work in the Israeli economy. And it also meant working locally and working in small groups and civil disobedience, etc., etc. And so you also did have examples where Palestinians were thinking locally in small aspects. That, Ingrid, the magazine that I was reading about, so Samad, talks about the very long history of the Palestinian Liberation Organization working in Lebanon, basically under cooperatives. So it was basically worker-owned enterprises, small workshops that were working for a very long time. And in fact, and this is from somebody who was very close within the Palestinian Authority, early on between the negotiations, the economic negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians had some notion, and again, this is a person who was part of the PLO, so maybe they're pushing it too much, but they had some notion, we want the economy of Palestine to be somewhat connected to this idea of cooperates, of worker-owned enterprises. We have a very good example that we've had in Lebanon, and the World Bank, and this is written in their book, the World Bank tell them no. You sign now, and the president, later president that would become Yasser Arafat, signed, and they said, no, you have to get an official PLO signature saying that the type of economy you will have is a free, open market economy, and none of that nonsense about worker-owned enterprise and other aspects. And so there is some of that notion and that history, but we, unfortunately, we Palestinians have also shifted our alliances. We used to be connected to the global south. When I read from the 70s and the 80s, who were the people where Palestinians used to go to, who used to learn, who used to want to emulate, and today, the extreme reliance on international aid, but also personal debt in the last 10, 15 years has become extremely problematic. So it becomes very difficult to say some sort of autarkic kind of, I can separate myself from everything that is going on. But I think those are some of the comments that, for the questions that I had in mind. Of course, you're going to reply to me.
No, it's just about the Intifada. I mean, this is a discussion between comrades and colleagues. But you know, you need to read my article. I wrote a lot of the stuff that you talked about the important initiatives of the first Intifada, which were about household economy and communal return to agriculture and boycotting Israel. And if you recall, the first demands of the Intifada leadership were to end for workers to not work in Israel, and there was a boycott of 3 months, right? Wonderful, right? Now, how did the Intifada end?
with the same leadership calling on Israel to open up its labor market so that the workers who have not been allowed in for the last year can regain their jobs. So, this is the thing about praxis and one point. Secondly, I'd just like to say that it's maybe not the beginning of the end, Shir. I think it's the end of the beginning, in the sense that we've had, 50 years of this Israeli policy of asymmetric containment, which is now ended. Zionism is not ended. The state of Israel is not ended. So it's the end of a certain beginning of this struggle, maybe not the beginning of the end yet.
Okay, so we have 20 minutes exactly. So there's many questions. Let me get a sense of the whole room already. So let's go for those who haven't spoken yet. So here you are. You want to present yourself? Stand up if you can.
Hello, I'm Robbie Orr, an independent writer based in Tulsa. And the question for you all is sort of what can regular Americans do living in Tulsa or Des Moines or wherever in terms of showing solidarity. And the small thing that some of us are doing here, and just wanted to let you know, Give Gaza Hope is a group where we're just trying to raise money for families and have direct connections in Gaza. And if you're interested, as part of the first Fridays, we usually have a table out here. It'll be out on the street, just kitty or opposite Chowgirls and in front of some cannabis store.
Yeah, I think it's just a block away, your stand. Yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it. Okay, wonderful. Then we had some hands. Okay, so let me get you, and then you two, and then you two.
Hi, my name's Pamela. I lived in... Can you hear me? Yeah, there you go. My name is Pamela. I lived in Palestine for a couple of years. And so my question about sort of import substitution, if I understand it, trying to build up Palestinian industries. I have a friend named Fadi Quran who, for example, tried to build like a solar, company in Palestine. And of course, Israel controls imports, exports, building permits, currency, everything, travel. So they pulled any string they could pull and basically shut it down. So I'm just curious what Palestinians can actually do in the face of all that.
We have David over here, Rob. Alrighty. David first and Rob.
David McNally from the University of Houston. I wanted to, because Scott was asking us to write to your president to remind everybody that your president is not unique. And they are very vulnerable, however, over the right to education. And all of us who are educators in this room should check out the work of the Right to Education campaign in Palestine, because this is what the big breakthrough was at the American Historical Association meetings in January, where a resolution was overwhelmingly passed by 600 delegates against scholasticide in Palestine, the deliberate destruction of educational institutions, the murder of students, faculty, and staff by the Israeli war machine. And so going after our own university administrators on the right to education and over scholasticide is a wonderful way to open up this debate and discussion. And so I'd love to hear anything that the panelists have to say, and thank you to all of you on that point. One other quick point. We have, at the University of Houston, organized a Faculty for Justice in Palestine of about 20 faculty members. If we can do it in Texas, it can be done pretty much everywhere. So if anyone would like to speak during the breaks or what have you about how to organize Faculty for Justice in Palestine groups, please come talk to me and anybody else who's doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rob.
Hi, Bob Lord. And this question, I think, also connects to the American empire.
My understanding is that a significant component of the Israeli economy is the development of military and surveillance technology. And the occupation fosters that because that technology is tested in the occupied territories. And as inhumane as it is, I think there are very powerful interests in both Israel and the United States, including, I suspect, the U.S. military, that wants to see the perpetuation of that situation. And how much does that desire to perpetuate the situation create an obstacle to ending the occupation?
That's great. There's the wonderful book of Loewenstein exactly on that laboratory Palestine. We have two questions here, Drew, and who's first? No compliments.
Appreciate it. My name's Carter Reed. I'm a student from the University of Tulsa, and this is just to the entire panel, but the concept of developing a resistance economy is something that came up multiple times. And you mentioned short-term losses with the hopes of long-term benefits. What do you see starting as a tipping point or something that moves from the short-term losses to long-term benefits? And as kind of a follow-up, is there a precedent with any sort of post-genocide country or economy successfully doing that? Thank you.
Drew Wood, History Department. Thank you, panel. I'm with the guy who spoke at the last panel and feeling very practical, feet on the ground. Who's going to rebuild Gaza? Will it be, the U.S. Western Israeli corporate power alliance with their golf courses and condominiums led by Jared Kushner? That's one development plan, as we all know. And these guys are formidable. I recommend a thing that Loki, the rapper from Britain, posted seriously on Twitter this week. And that dude laid out a serious network of corporate Israeli Zionist alliances with lots and lots and lots of money together. So who will present an alternative? Who can the Palestinian people ally themselves with? What about Hamas? They're not crazy. They are strong, and they have won the military offensive, and Israel has lost. And yet, we need to move, they need to move, we all need to develop an alternative. What about BRICS? The U.S. government is on the wrong side of history. BRICS, the Russians, the Chinese, the Indonesians, seem to me to be the face and the people who are leading this planet if this planet is to survive. These are big questions, I know. But as economists, I'd like to hear about some of this stuff. I don't have answers as a historian, but I think we need to talk in bigger pictures and less about ideology and literature. Thank you.
Great. Alrighty, I think we should close the questions. As we'll take one in the front row here of this young man, and then.
Sorry, this is just to wrap up the materialism stuff. Sorry, Dr. Scheer. But when it comes to like the social impact, the symbolic impact on the material, that still, just to wrap it all up, it still relates in terms of like the superstructure to the base, like the wariness or the fracture in the superstructure will ultimately lead to the destruction of the base that is the Israeli system. Anyway, I don't know. Will yeah.
I would close the questions because we have 10 minutes to answer, and if we want to give a round, yeah? Okay. We start with Ibra.
Okay. Weapons question, Scheer, obviously.
I want to address 2 points. Basically, 2 points in one, hopefully, to save time. First, the question about what Palestinians can do on the ground. Pamela was asking about Fadi, who me and Lamis know well in Palestine. And the other question about who will rebuild and what are the future alliances. And I think both those questions have to do with the issue of Palestinian representation, which is not something that we have had enough time really to discuss. And yet it is core, I believe, to discussing not only the political but also the economic kind of future of what can happen in Palestine. Hamas has said that it is willing to kind of, give the administration power of Gaza to the Palestinian Authority. It's Israel who says that we don't want anybody, we only want us or the US. I don't think it's necessarily that, but it's also who are the Palestinian Authority putting themselves in alliance with. And I think that has been something. We have not had elections in the West Bank and Gaza Strip since 2006 and 2007. So our president is not really our president. Our legislative council is not really our legislative council. And that's also something problematic. And the reason for that is because currently the people who do have power, the Palestinian Authority and Fatah, do not want to go into elections because they know that they will lose the elections. And yet they are holding on to that power. And their alliances remain. As much as the West and the US has been doing, it still does remain. So for the question about BRICS, I absolutely believe that that is one way to go, but who has the power then? And again, you might say, well, Palestinians can, at least in this internal issue, can also organize, and Lamis will tell you, and everybody here will tell you, when Palestinians in the West Bank are protesting in support of their sisters and brothers in Gaza, the Palestinian Authority is arresting them. And so it's, again, important to understand that you have these multiple layers to reach places. And yeah, maybe I'll stop there because we don't have that much time. But Pamela, maybe I'll talk to you a little bit more about some of the details in person there.
Thank you, Bob, for the question about the military embargo, the weapons. This is somebody stop me if I get out of hand and talk about it for too long. This is, Israel is the most militarized economy in the world. But before the genocide started, 11% of Israeli exports were weapon exports. Since then, all of the Israeli economic sectors have collapsed, except for the military sector, which is showing growth. But what kind of growth? The biggest Israeli arms company is called Elbit Systems. Elbit Systems just published their annual reports for 2024, and they are showing an increase in revenue, an increase in operating profits, but almost all of this comes from domestic orders from the Israeli government. And they have a breakdown of the global exports around the world. They admit that they've lost more than half of all of their sales in the global south. Why? Because yes, Israeli companies are specialized in technology of oppression, technology of apartheid, surveillance, spyware, biometric tracking, facial recognition cameras. This is what they do. And everyone saw on October 7th that this surveillance technology didn't help them. It didn't protect them. And the process of genocide and the collapse of the Israeli institutions is also perceived by the Global South as a process of decolonization. And they're saying, even the most authoritarian regimes that are not making any moral decisions here, but the biggest customers of Israeli surveillance technology are the authoritarian regimes. But they're saying, why should we sign a contract with a country in decline? So that's why these companies are losing their customers, and the customers that they still rely on outside of Israel itself are mainly European customers, and it's mainly related to the war in Ukraine and naivete of European countries that think that the Israeli military still has some kind of technological advantage. But let's face it, the genocide that we're seeing in Gaza, but also the invasion of Lebanon, Syria, and the West Bank, the killing is done mostly with American weapons. All of these Israeli technologies that Israel is still marketing, having tested it on civilians, on Palestinians, absolutely. But in order to kill large numbers of people, or in order to fight when there is actual resistance from the other side, these weapons are useless. That's an important lesson. So one last thing I want to say about this, because the Israeli government is now promoting a budget for the year 2025. They had to pass it already by October 24. They haven't. They're still working on passing this budget. According to this budget, they're going to spend tens of billions of dollars to build supply chains within Israel to make all of their weapons domestically, as a response to the military embargo, because they don't believe they can import their weapons from abroad as they have so far, so they want to make everything. This is a throwback to what happened in 1967. The biggest arms supplier to Israel at the time was France. France imposed a military embargo on Israel. The Israelis said, oh, we'll just make everything ourselves. The artillery, the airplanes, the warships, everything domestically made. 6 years later, the war of 1973, which was a surprise attack on October 6th, 50 years and 1 day before the October 7, and also middle of a Jewish holiday, the Israelis were taken by surprise, and all of these domestically made weapons were useless. They didn't work against the Soviet weapons that the Syrian and the Egyptian armies had. The amazing thing is that the Israelis have forgotten their own history completely. And they were only rescued in the war of 1973 with American weapons. And now they're saying, we won't rely on imported weapons anymore. We'll make everything domestically, and we're willing to spend tens of billions of dollars that we don't have because of the debt crisis, because of the economic decline, on these supply chains. And I mean, I think it shows exactly where they're going with this.
Okay, I'm going to talk about who will rule. So who will rule? The election will decide. This is what we want as a Palestinian. We want to hold the election, presidential and parliamentarian election, to see. And I think the people, the Palestinian people, they will choose the one that they work. They will not elect anymore this is what I think, actually, the BA again. So the floor for the one that he is working, and and for Gaza, the one that they are ruling under the ground, they have also to rule above the ground. So and about the resistance economy, if there is a will, there is a way, and we have the will. But the issue that the Palestinian Authority, they don't want to looking for a substitution for the from where we can get the electricity, the water, the basic. But if we are going to, there is many options to have electricity instead of Israeli market. So if we want to work on a resistance economy, we can, and there is many ways and a method to apply this and to gradually disengage with this with Israeli and to have our liberation. Thank you.
Okay, it's good this is ending because it's going to start to disintegrate into partisan bickering otherwise. Relief, somebody mentioned the work you're doing helping families, and you mentioned work on scholasticide as campaign issues and as ways of concretely, I absolutely, totally salute any material assistance, any immediate, in help. I think that's all that, in fact, can be done, to be honest, from far away. There's, education and scholasticide is an important issue, but you guys are going to have to worry, the academics, about the, forthcoming Department of Education investigations into anti-Semitism. I think they've decided on 6 campuses, by the way, so keep an eye out. The military-industrial complex, I won't say any more, but absolutely, it's essential to what is, this cementing of an Israeli imperial, if you wish, role in the region. On the resistance economy, all I will just add is that, the concept, as my colleagues, at least historically, it has been presented as a very small-scale, family-based, community-based type of no, I mean, if, a resistance economy needs industrial policy, it needs import substitution, it needs an active PA, which is not colluding with, Israeli capital, etc. I agree, but economic resistance is really about not having to be dependent on Israel, and that requires productive capacity. On the future, I would just say I think elections are overrated myself in the Palestinian context. And I think the idea of going back to elections for the 5 million Palestinians who happen to live under Israeli occupation is detrimental to the next phase of Palestinian agency and representation of our people. So for me, the four main tasks four main entry points for change and transformation in the coming year. Firstly, absolutely the resistance of the genocide needs to be supported. So however Palestinians are trying to resist the genocide, and if they are able to survive, that is a victory to be chalked up, right? Obviously, that's not enough. Palestinian unity is essential, and it takes precedence over democratic representation. Unity in a very broad sense, including the resistance factions, including Abbas, including the patriotic bourgeoisie, the working classes, the National Front, right? That's what we're supposedly, involved in a broad national front. So we need to rebuild that broad national front. Now, Israeli neo-Zionism is what I term it for the moment, for the want of a better word, in the sense that this is the fascist messianic brand of Zionism, which has been espoused by the coalition partners and which has been on ugly display over the last year and a half, and which, we have to admit, differs from the foundational Zionism that appeared to be transactional, that seemed to be willing to make a deal on the land, with the Palestinians. Maybe that was all a big deception, I don't know. But clearly this is a Zionism that needs to be repulsed, isolated, and ultimately removed from power. That will begin the process that you're seeing boiling under the surface in Israel. The schisms in the Israeli society are much more than in our own Palestinian area. Finally, is obviously the rallying of global public opinion, but more importantly, which is it's rallied, and it's rallied so much that it's asking what next. But what next is really this question: why does it not translate into political changes and shifts in the countries, in these states' positions to Palestine? That's maybe going to come. Now, finally, I think the PLO is a dead. It no longer represents the Palestinian people. Because it represents only a portion of them. It carries a legitimacy of having been recognized as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, but it's forfeited that claim. The Hamas resistance movement, for all that it's achieved, it's also blamed among its own people for what's happened and for not having anticipated what came in the way of a genocidal response. And to be honest, its 15 years of rule in Gaza were not any better in terms of economic policy or in terms of political freedom than under the PA in the West Bank. So it also has seen its day. The PA was created for 5 years as an interim self-government authority. So it's also redundant. What remains? What remains? Remains something called the State of Palestine. Now, the State of Palestine, briefly, has been recognized by all of the countries of the world, but it's not recognized by the Palestinian people. So we don't use it as our address, as our agency, as our place where we build our institutions, where we eventually have elections for all the Palestinian people, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, for me, that's where our future lies. That's where we can find the unity we need. That's where we can present a reasonable or a persuasive narrative to the world, and that's where we can, lead towards liberation, I guess. That's the agency, the address. Thank you very much.
Thank you for an excellent panel and wonderful questions. We have a break now, around 20 minutes. There's some sweets, chocolates, coffee, and we're going to then have the last session of the day on class consciousness and community organizing, a key, I think, session followed by some pizza, and whoever wants to stay, a hopefully spontaneous assembly for those who want to try to organize concretely in Tulsa, or otherwise there's the first Friday for those who just want to mingle. Thank you.
I did get your point, and it's a way of looking at things, and I'm willing to go with it. You know, I don't think we have any serious disagreement. No, I think that Marx talked about the contradiction between the base and the superstructure, and this internal contradiction is part of the dialectic process of destruction and rebuilding and synthesis that brings to the next phase. So I didn't really have time to get into it, but I think that Israelis know that genocide is, materially speaking, a huge mistake. It's the end. Like, genocide is suicide. Because Ibrahim mentioned his pamphlet, The Iron Wall by Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky explains the Iron Wall is an eternal war. He says we Zionists, are going to fight an endless, eternal war against the Palestinians because they will never give up. And we will have to keep on defeating them in order to build a colonial project. The idea of genocide is finished, to kill them all. But Jabotinsky was not an idiot when he said this is not possible. It's not a good idea to attempt because once you have it like a deadline, the project is going to collapse. So here in Tulsa, the genocide, unfortunately, did succeed. Right? This land hasn't been decolonized, unfortunately. Yeah. So. This is my point, but I think that if you look at later and later colonization processes, and once you get into the modern era, and this is now really the first live stream genocide, it is important that it's live stream. Ibrahim said it's just like a coincidence that we have the technology, but it matters that people can see it because of this symbolic thing. I think that this Marxist perspective of base and superstructure is not giving enough space to the importance of these symbols, to the moment that the psychology of people is, or the Israelis will say, we are going to now attempt to exterminate the Palestinians. Even if they know it's not really possible, it's going to ruin their own lives, it's going to ruin their own national projects, but they do it anyway.
We have sound.
Because the
so I have turned that off. We do have sound.
Okay, awesome.
My pleasure.
What did you get? Dialectic this. No, I haven't.
Is there anything else you need from me? I don't think so. Okay. Is there anything else you need from me? Thank you. All right.
In one of my classes in Tel Aviv University, I was studying critical theory, and we were talking about Marxism, and the professor asked, where does language fit in? Is language part of the base or part of the... Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult question, and I think there are Marxists that find a way to fit that all within the theory of... Yeah, okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not
organizer from Iceland. She said we need to have intellectual generosity. So I completely agree. You know, I'm not gonna diss Marxists because my opinion is closer to institutional political economy, Veblen, because it has this theory that explains it in a very persuasive way, in my opinion. He's saying it's not about production, it's about destruction. And those who destroy create value because they create scarcity. And those who produce, like the workers who produce, they don't earn the value. So it's a different way of looking at exploitation. Yes, Thorstein Veblen. Yeah, Thorstein. His first name is Thorstein. Veblen, V-E-B. Yeah, I'll write his last name because he's very famous. Veblen. And he wrote so long ago that his writings are available online for free to download. Like there's no copyright on them anymore. Well, I really like his book, Theory of the Leisure Class. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a beautiful book and it really taught me a lot. But he has a shorter article just about the
All right. I'm going to put that up.
Values created construction.
Tiago wants to ask something.
Yes. Oh, Tiago. Oh, my God. Oh, you were Tiago. Okay. All right. Yes, you're going to speak.
Yes.
And there's like a website of all of his writings available online. But I still would recommend to you class.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
And he's willing to know. He wants to know if we are willing, as the chair, to record a message. And this is I already translated to you.
I would love it.
Yes. So it would be this: we salute the MST. That's the movement, and it's just a struggle. We call on Brazilian authorities to regularize the Comuna da Terra Irmã Alberta. That's the name of the community.
This will be very important for
Yes,
the Comuna da
yes.
Terra.
We-
And
that's
you'll see
fine
the
with me.
video.
That's fine with me.
It's okay?
That's fine, yes. I like
Should
it.
we record that later? Should we do that now? What do you think?
I have to get this up. Let me get everything ready so we can do it later. Can we do it later?
The idea is, in the end, I
Yeah.
will say to the audience, we spent 2 days talking about the practices, political practice. So I suggest one exercise. Scott will read this, and the
I'll read it.
audience will do in chorus solidarity and internationalism.
Just say solidarity, international.
Yes, you
Is that
will
okay? What do
say
you think?
loud. International solidarity.
I'm just
international
worried about making
solidarity.
this a political.
Yeah, it might be.
I think we can read the salutation.
Yeah, I might have to read the salutation.
Because we might have some problems with the president. You saw the president. We have
Yeah,
to talk to
yeah, that's the issue.
Yes. Okay.
Sent that to me.
Eu acho que ler isso aqui, eu acho que a gente vai transformar isso numa
That's fine, okay?
Can we
Wait,
just read that?
This is Tiago. This is Wayne Lamb. He's going to be on our session
Pleasure
too.
to meet
He's
you.
from Brazil, okay?
Yes, pleasure to meet
He's
you.
gonna be doing that. He's my mentor. He's a guy. He taught me about capitalism and everything. He comes from Brazil too. All right.
Nice. He knows. He learned it from you. No. Even more than he learned like that.
Então a gente precisa achar melhor.
Jisoo. All right. I'll say, we salute the MST. We call on the Brazilian authorities to regularize the Comuna de Terra Irmã Alberta. Okay? Now you're coming when you need to say that. I don't know if we get an audience.
At the end of this panel,
One in here is going to be Kelsey. And then there's another one. I don't have the Che. It might be.
What do you guys need?
Is it a
PowerPoint?
Che email? Yeah.
I
Yes, yes, I'm so happy you're here. I would have, if I would have known, I would have talked. I was looking for you. Excellent, that's good. And then he's got one too. All right. And we're going to go in the order of the
Excuse me. You can. You are together. Ah. I will be there.
There's going to be, do you want this? Okay, it looks like there's going to be some folks tomorrow talking about the political economy of Srafa, and then approaches to economic history and the history of capitalism. Yeah. Is that what you want? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly good. And then there's one about climate, exploding crises of care. Yes. It is so important. You are 100% correct. So that one's at 5 to 7. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Aw. Oh, good for you. What's your? Tell me your name one more time. Linda. Oh, my name's. Oh, that's crazy. Yes. I think you do. All right. It was called, well, here's how when I was in legislation. Uh-huh. Yes. Hi, how are you, Bruce?
What's the name? Ethan.
Yep. Bruce, how are you?
While y'all are waiting, there's some literature on the table if you just want to swing by and get some. It has to do with some of the organizers we have here. We're going to start in a few minutes. So there's literature here if you want to get it before. All right, and so where are they? Is here. Hi. Yeah, great. Oh, cheers. There is literature up here for those that are interested for the community organizing session. We're going to start it shortly. I'm running low on. You did give that to me. Where's Clara? Where's she at? Where's Clara? Okay, we're going to get started here. I think that Clara Matei is upstairs interviewing some people. They're doing that. We do want to be mindful of the time here. So I would like to convene this. It's 5:09. We can feel like maybe 1 minute we can get it going on here as I put my password in. Okay. All right. Hi. I would like to welcome you. This is the final session for this first day of the Che Inaugural Conference. I want to thank you all for being here. There is literature up here, as I've announced. You might want to, if you want to, come up here and get this. This is a very important session that we're having here. It was part of the vision that we initially developed in terms of our Che. And what it is it's a session on community organizing and class consciousness. And I think one of the things when I spoke with Clara, when we were talking about putting this together, she was really insistent, I should say, on the fact that we have a community organizing panel. And I said, well, if we're going to do that, we need to bring in some of the best community organizers that I know of. And so that's what we've been able to do. And I don't want to just put people that I know ahead of everybody. We got a wonderful panel here, but I do need to say that here at the Center for Heterodox Economics in the 1990s, it's a personal story for me, and I'll just be very brief on this. In the 1990s, I went to the New School for Social Research, and I studied economic theory and Marxian political economy under the tutelage of Anwar Sheikh. And I was very fortunate at the same time in 1993 to be caught up in a vast organizing campaign that Chinese Staff and Workers Association did around a particular restaurant called Silver Palace. And that was a massive organizing effort that they did from Chinatown, and they reached out, and I've been with them ever since. And I can say that I learned as much about the economics of capitalism from Anwar Sheikh as I did from Wing Lam and Chinese Staff and Workers Association, and I put that in my dissertation. So it's especially a privilege to me to have Wing and Chinese Staff and NMAS and the other organizers we have here. Again, I don't want to be remiss. I organized with another here locally, and that we will talk about. So with that said, this is a very important session because this is where the rubber hits the road. We've been talking a lot of theory. We've been talking a lot of big ideas, and we've also been bringing it down here at our Che conference, which I think is absolutely essential. And it's important here for us to hear how the struggles are and to see where the rubber hits the road in terms of class struggle in the United States and all over the world. Also, all over the world, we're going to see this. So, with that, I'm going to introduce this. We have 6 speakers here. We're going to have 13 minutes each. I'm going to be here to be sure that they have it. We're going to go with the order of the presentation. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Wing Lam, Executive Director of Chinese Staff and Workers Association.
Well, English is not my first language, so spare me on that. I wear this hat, not mean any disrespect for the people here. That's the condition we are all in America. Do you know we have 24-hour workday, government sponsor in New York, the Empire State, 24-hour workday. Hundreds of years ago, we talk about 8-hour day, right? Now we have 24-hour day. And it's the most democratic state, city. That's what we have. When you say, oh, people don't like Trump, right? A lot of people don't like Trump. But who bring Trump in? We hate Trump, but we don't hate the people bring them in. Why is that? We hate Israel, but we don't hate American government. Who is behind that? We don't like the hitman, but we like the people behind it. That's wrong. That's not America, right? We watch TV too much. We like to be outsider. We bet the horse. We bet this game. We bet this game. We pro-Palestine. We against Jews. No. We shouldn't say pro-Palestine. Wrong. Actually, we pro-Jewish. Also, when we fight against the war there, we support the people there, support the Jews there, support the Palestine people. So we can't just you look at the media, always, oh, pro this, pro that. The people behind is out, control everything. We end up fight each other. So that's something we need to say it. For example, we say wrong. Imagine here when someone say we against genocide. Oh, this dirty word. You will be fired. You'll be kicked out. What kind of country we live in? We talk about freedom of speech. No. We have a lot of young people nowadays work in the high tech. Someone say, I don't want Google to invest in Israel. You know what that young people do? They got fired. Can we not the bartender, outsider? We are in it. And you know how they sustain the war over there? We suffer. That's why we get 24-hour workday. That's why our wage go down. That's our suffering. Okay, we like to, some people say, oh, we are pro-immigrant. We are against immigrant. Take a side. But both sides are wrong. Against immigrant is right? No. Pro-immigrant is right? No. You know why? Because we have a slave law in this country. Do you know? How many people know we have a slave law now, modern slave law? You know, in this country today, since Reagan, you know, worker, if you work here, no document, you are criminal. What country will say if an immigrant, undocumented come, if they are boss, they're okay. If they work, they are criminal. What kind of country? We have that law. Is that capitalism? No, it's not capitalism. Capitalism is supposed to sell your labor freely. People talk about capitalism here, which, you know, why someone work become criminal. If you are not working, you are okay. I mean, this what country we live in is, we have this law 30-some years now. Both Democrat, Republican, Socialists supporting it. Why? What kind of socialists? We are in it. We have a slave law in this country. It's not, what kind of, are we in the feudalism, slavery? Why we have this law? You heard people talk about it? You guys are the most advanced, most intellect. Most of you don't know about that law. Am I wrong? I apologize if I'm wrong. But this law is law of the land. That's why Trump able to say immigrant is criminal, criminalization. Because if an employer hires such a worker, he's criminal too. But employer love the criminal because they can pay them very low wage. They can bring other workers down. That's the system we are in. So that's why one of the things I want to know, I want to talk about, in order to talk about why my focus is talk about worker center. Why need worker center? We have a union, right? Nowadays, when people talk about labor organized, only one way. Trade union. That's it. But trade union actually is employee movement. It's not, but employee, how many employees? But many work that we do are not recognized. We have no boss because it wasn't recognized. But you play basketball, you recognize. You get paid. You are employee. But if you take care of your children, you are not recognized. You take care of the community, you're not recognized. Your labor means nothing in this country. So that's what country we are in. So that's why the employer sanction such a way that divide people. Not only divide employee, divide people union, non-union, etc. If you are undocumented, you can have no right to organize union. The law says that. Because you are not supposed to work. You work. Even you organize a union, you have no right. the employer can say, hey, I want to obey the law. You're out. If a union say, no, he's an organized union, the union will be sued. You violate RICO. Force employer violate the law. But who started this law? Who passed this law? Our union, AFL-CIO. AFL-CIO with Reagan, great bargain, killing the labor movement. And some of our people, when they talk about, oh, you know what, I work for the union. What? What kind of union? The union are excluding others. Make the undocumented to be slave, underclass. So the American labor movement is very weak. Why? Become a business. Okay? We only take care of this worker against everybody else. So if you don't have class, the class, working class are not united, how are you going to fight? Talk about economic policy, it won't change because the working class are not behind it. That's why we got Trump get elected. Lot of workers supporting Trump. Why? Because it is a point about this so-called neoliberalism. Say one thing, do other thing. Like Palestine, without American give all this resource, arm, you think Israel can do that? Genocide? No. Everybody knows, but we scared. We don't know what to do. At most, we say, support here, support in a rally, support, but how do we here can continue to fight that over there? What we can do here is more important over there to say something, because they are war here, they exploiting us. If we organize here to make trouble here, to make revolution here, then they cannot continue there. So we are not outsider. We fight here. If we just watching TV, say, make comment, this never end. But if we working class come together, for example, get rid of employer sanction, we shouldn't have an underclass. That's the start. Say, we organize undocumented, document together. We are not just to say, fight for worker in the workplace. We leading the community, changing, fighting displacement. The landlord in New York, you see, real estate are very powerful. Okay? Like Israel, like Gaza. They displace us, destroy the neighborhood after neighborhood. If we don't organize a working class, who will fight that? Who can fight that? Small business? No. So when we say class conscious, a lot of people don't understand what that means, right? When we go to school, never heard anything. Race class conscious mean what? Recognize you are a worker. That's not class conscious. That's a very little class conscious. The real class conscious is mean the working class leading other class. Okay, because in our community, we organize. We are not just a worker lead worker. We lead other sector. Because the small businesses also suffer because displacement. Small business also suffer because Palestine. We got to talk to folks and organize. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wing. I do want to just clarify here, the law we're referring to is the Employer Sanction Law, which is a law that was passed in 1986 that sanctions employers for hiring undocumented workers. And it sounds like it's a pro-union thing, right? But we're finding out that on the ground, what it does is it leads to super exploitation of classes of people who are just happen to be in the margins. And so in uniting the working class, we unite all the working class. That's the argument that's going there. We could talk more about that when we have a discussion. I'd like to now bring up Zhisung Ying. Zhisung is an organizer at Chinese Staff and Workers Association. I think we have the PowerPoint here. Bruno, is Bruno here? Can you help me with this one here to do this? Thank you. Right, sorry.
No? Okay. This one, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you. I want to say thank you, first of all, for inviting us here to speak. And it has been very thought-provoking, especially the opening, from yesterday. And just like one of the panelists in the previous panel, that also made me change what I prepared to say. I guess this is part of what heterodox means. Well, I was also brought up, in this education system. Right? I went to college in New York City. So, the system tried to divide us, right, in many different ways. And in our schools, that's is the institution that work for the system. So, when I came to the U.S., I was also, taught, and trained, to see things separately, to divide the issues. We say, oh, we are privileged because we are in the United States, and we're different, from those, in Palestine, right, or in the other countries. We are taught that, we made it, to the elite college. So, we are separate from those in the public schools, and we're separate, from those who didn't get the higher education. And, we are taught that, you're Chinese, right? And you're different, from blacks and Latinos. You all have different interests. So, when I was in school, the Occupy Wall Street happened, we say, we are the 99%, right? 99% is supposed to be the majority. But the reality is that the 99% is so divided, then the 1% is the majority. The 1% is even more united than the 99%. That's, I think, is the sad, reality, of today. So as a result, when the genocide in Gaza happened, many academics, many organizers, activists, intellectuals, you name it, see this problem only happen in the foreign soil. They see that, it's a foreign policy, has nothing to do with the domestic policies. And they say that we are privileged because we're in the US. We care about what happened there because we get it better. We should give voice to the powerless. That's why we talk about Gaza. That's why we care about Palestinians. And many of us in the US and Europe, maybe deep down we feel guilty because, we are in the belly of the beast, right? We work here, we're fueling the US war machine. Whatever work we do, right, somehow we are maintaining the system, we're keeping the system running. So many of us, maybe we protest the war on Sunday, but we go back to work to make bombs on Monday. That's how we see the connection. We see ourselves separately from it because we are trained to think that. We don't even realize that a lot of times. But we also very separated from our communities, right? Where you live, where you work, your relatives, your friends, who you have relationship with. But if you go there and actually speak to the people, you get something very different. Like us, when we organize in Chinatown and the Lower East Side, we speak to many people, right? Chinatown workers, Lower East Side, tenants in the Lower East Side. Many people we speak to, 90%, more than 90%, they're sympathetic to the Palestinians. Why? Not because they feel they're privileged, but because they see that what happened there is actually similar to what happened here. Because our community is also being displaced by the big real estate and the government, the same government that represent their interests. And I believe that's not just an NYC example. It happened across the countries, including Tulsa, Oklahoma. We see that in our particular example, the government work hand in hand with the big real estate and the finance capital by upzoning their property. Upzoning means that you allow them to build tall, to build luxury high-rises. The more towers, the more taller building they build, the more market rate unit they create, the more money they make. But at the same time, it also drives up the real estate tax of the surrounding area and increase the rents of the surrounding area because the landlord will try to shift the burden of the rent increase to the tenants, the small business, the workers. So many of us are being priced out and being displaced. We lose our homes, we lose our green space, we lose our relationships. So when you talk about, increase the wages, that's the popular, in the United States. You say only about increasing the wages, but they will increase the rents even more. So whatever increase in wages in the workplace you get, they take it back. So the developers sucking our blood here to fund the genocide, to fund the land grabbing and bombing in Palestine. This is our money, this is our labor, this is our blood and sweat. Unfortunately, in the academia, intellectual circles, many people don't see that connection. If we're still not clear about this connection, then Trump actually has helped make it clear for us in his speech earlier this week. The thing is, do we feel angry that our blood and sweat are sucked into supporting the genocide? Do we feel angry that our home, our labor are being stolen so that they can continue to displace people there? Or do we spend much of our efforts, comparing who suffer more than the others, spending time to give our complicated reasons for why the US working class voted for Trump without actually going there, organizing with them against it? In our campaign, we have seen that many of our intellectuals, many of our academics, activists, they hold different trends of this petty bourgeois thinking. They organize unions only focusing on the workplace. They're only focusing on the jobs. They're looking down on their own members. They end up working with the developers. They're supporting these luxury high-rises because they say that, well, at least the developers promising us union jobs. Some of them, they say they support affordable housing, but end up supporting the developers because they say that, well, you need to let the developers to build luxury high-rises, to destroy the neighborhood so that they can be so kind to give you back a little bit of affordable housing. They even have a name, they call themselves YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. It's very trendy, actually, according in many young people's mind. And we also see a lot of small business, right? They also very vocal, against the displacement, but they are fighting each other. They're competing with each other in nature. They rather the next door business shut down so that they can take their business. So they are not the ones who are able to unite and lead the community against displacement. And we have seen the small proprietors who play the identity politics to say that, we own the land here, we have a say here. So before, the white landlords have been displacing our community. Now, it should be my turn to do that. We have seen in Chinatown, the biggest landlord in Chinatown, Jonathan Chu, displacing the biggest restaurant, destroying Chinatown economy. And in the past, we fell into this identity politics. Chinese for Chinese, Puerto Ricans for Puerto Ricans, blacks for blacks. So this is what comes from the education system. And there was a council member whose name is Margaret Chin. She was the first Chinese council member in Chinatown, and she's worse than the white politicians because she supports all these luxury high-rises, support the jail, a new jail to be built right in the middle of Chinatown, all that at the same time saying that she represents Chinese people's interests. But during her time, actually Chinatown getting worse, becoming more desolate. So all this division actually all has a lot to do with the academics, our schools, what we have brought up. So when we talk about organizing, when we talk about fighting back, it should be starting from where we are right now. And this is, to everyone here. Do we see ourselves connected actually to the struggle in Gaza? That we are fighting against the same system, and we should undermine this same system that destroying our homes, our families, and at the same time destroying the Palestinians' homes in Gaza. To hold the same government accountable who represent the interests of the big real estate, whether you're in New York City or in Gaza. If so, then I think we should really do something very differently. We should go organize, learn from the community. There's an old saying in Chinese that if you want to teach people, first become their student. We learn from the people. We think we have all the knowledge, but if you don't put it in practice, you don't see whether it's right or wrong, then it becomes dogma. And if so, then I think I have two proposals. One, I think I want to echo what Scott proposed earlier, that people should write to the president and telling him that what we're doing here is not intellectual exercise. This is this is for ourselves and for people in Palestine, and for Jewish people, and for everyone who don't want the war to continue. And the second is that we should go into our community, whether you're in Tulsa, New York City, or many other places, to organize there, organize with the people, to protect their homes, to stop the displacement there, to stop the big real estate, to stop the same government, the same forces that has pushing us out and destroying Gaza. And I will end it here and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zishun. I now want to bring up Joanne Lum. Joanne Lum is an organizer at the New York City-based Workers Center National Mobilization Against Sweatshops, which organizes workers of all trades, races, ethnicities, and genders, citizens and immigrants together to fight against the systemic racism and exploitation that we face in our workplaces and communities. Joanne.
Thank you, everyone, for having us. I'm going to elaborate a little bit on what Wing mentioned at the beginning about no more 24, what he was wearing on his hat. What he was talking about when he said that 24-hour work days are sanctioned by our government in New York City, what he was referring to is home care industry. So we've been working, NMAS collaborates very closely with Chinese Staff and Workers Association and Flushing Workers Center, another center in New York City. And we've been organizing with thousands of home care workers of all different races. They're mostly women of color immigrants, Chinese, Korean, Latino, Garifuna, Afro-Caribbean. And many of them are taking care of Medicaid recipients in their homes. These are elderly or disabled or ill individuals who want to stay at home and they need care. Many of these disabled or elderly require round-the-clock care because they have Alzheimer's or they're bedridden or they need help going to the bathroom. And so many of these home care workers are forced to work these 24-hour shifts for days in a row. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days a week for years. So it's very easy, like when we talk about the genocide, to see the violence and the inhumanity there. But with 24-hour workdays, it's harder to see because it's like in the home, and it's one worker. But I think the home care workers, in organizing with them, they brought to light what the conditions are and how violent the 24-hour workday is, how it working those kind of hours around the clock, doing very stressful work because you have to be on call. You can't sleep. These are people who need help and maybe in the middle of the night. So you have to be on call. You can't sleep. You're tired. So it wreaks havoc. It's destroyed the health of so many of these women who are now disabled themselves because you're tired, you're more accident prone, not to even speak of like it interferes with the proper care and attention you want to give to the people you're caring for. But then on top of that, these women have homes and families. Many of them have kids, they have partners, they have elderly parents they live with. But when you work these shifts, 24 hours, it doesn't matter that an emergency came up with your child at school or that your mother fell. You have to stay there on the job. Your time, it's not yours. You have to wait until the agency gets a replacement for you, which sometimes is days. And so you can imagine the toll that takes on a person's mental health. So many people have spoken, so many of these women have spoken of the loss of relationships with their spouses, the estrangement from their children, and their regret. Because it's not something you can get back. So this is the toll of the 24-hour workday. And the government, we say the government sponsors it, sanctions it, because it's government money. It's Medicaid money, and the government makes the laws and rules around this and allows it. It's the home care agencies together with other entities, the insurance companies, government, all together maintaining this. Why, though, as Wing mentioned, in New York City, is this allowed to happen? New York City, dominated by Democrats, dominated by a lot of unions. We have socialists of all stripes. Why is it that so many don't even bat an eye about the 24-hour workday? Why is it that they will rationalize it? Many will say, oh, well, at least they have a job, or, well, they should get paid. Meaning they should, it's okay to work 24 hours, but they should get paid. Well, even when the home care workers met with the vice president of 1199 about their owed wages, because on top of the fact that they're made to work 24 hours, they're only paid for 13 of those hours. Supposedly because they're sleeping and eating for 11 hours. But that kind of work, it's impossible. So the workers were saying to their union, we want our owed wages, years of unpaid wages. And what did the union say? If you insist on your back wages, the industry is going to collapse. This home care industry is built on exploitation of these women. They made it so clear. This society is so built on exploitation of us, right? And to expand and maintain this exploitation, they find more and more ways to divide us. So I think that's why it's critical for us. The task of uniting the working class is critical. I know that a lot of activists say that we need to push for minimum wage increase or more people of color in positions of power. Well, I can tell you that New York doesn't work. We've seen multiple increases of the minimum wage. We have an African-American mayor We have an African American woman speaker of the city council. We have a woman governor. Yet with all that, wage theft runs rampant. Wage disparity is huge. Longer work hours, including the 24, deeper racism. Things have just gotten worse for working people. In organizing the home care workers, we've come to unite the working class. I mean, originally, at first, the home care workers came to us about their wages. They were concerned, how come we don't get overtime pay? How come we're not paid for all the hours? And so in organizing them around this, and they were able to win, some of them were able to win their back wages, and in the process, some of the state government did increase their minimum wage. And winning all this, along with the home care workers, were able, by putting everyone together to fight to win this, it emboldened them. It let them see their collective strength. It kind of changed them through the struggle. You really could see the transformation of these women who were told that they were powerless. They were women, they were immigrants, they didn't speak English. You know, what can they do? But through organizing together and putting the light on their wage theft and what they were owed and this work that they were doing, for which they were so exploited, they rallied a lot of people to their side, and that it motivated them, emboldened them to go after more than the economic. And that's why they began to put the light on 24 hours. They said, no more. Even if you paid me $1 million an hour, I wouldn't do it anymore. The 24 hours, no more 24, really has spoken to a lot of different workers, service workers, high-tech workers, health workers, retired workers, because they saw that if the government says that it's okay to be worked each hour of a day, every single hour, then there's no floor. Then all of us are going to be affected. And it also sends a message that our lives don't matter, that our health, our kids, you know, our participation in community, that none of it matters. You can just work. So these home care workers, in coming together and leading, they are now leading a statewide coalition, and all these people, it's really been about uniting the working class, people identifying this as their battle. And I think that this is also contributing to building a new labor movement. I mean, led by women like this, who, I mean, really, it's kind of inspiring, like, to work, like, that they are fearless now. Fearless and leading, not just other workers, but other sectors of society, to say no more 24. We want to be liberated. And not just for themselves, but for others too. It's like, and not just liberation from like material want, not just from physical bondage, but liberation from these ideas, like we've talked about through, you know, the last 2 days, these ideas that tell you, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. So many of us are just in survival mode, or we just think we should demand what this system is willing to give us. Something's better than nothing. But these women, this fight for no more 24 is like, no, we're gonna fight for our lives. And I think that this is like just an example of what we could do if we could together build a new labor movement with that perspective to free us from the exploitation, oppression that we all face. Thank you.
property. Thank you very much, Joanne. We're going to switch gears a little bit now. I'm going to bring non-New York City organizers up here. I want to start with somebody that I've had the privilege to organize with for many years now. She's a local organizer here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her name is Kelsey Royce. She did give me a biography, Kelsey. I can't find the thing, so I'm going to let you come up here and speak. Bruno, can you help me? Is he here? How do I get this? Hit escape. Look at that. All right. And then you go to the other one. Can you help me here? Thank you. Cheers.
While they're doing that, I'll tell you guys. My name is Kelsey, and I'm a founding member of Arkansas River Rights Coalition and TARA, which is Tulsa Area Arkansas River Advocates. And a lot of the work I do concerns the health of the Arkansas River in Tulsa. And hey, all right. Speaking of which, if you guys are interested, there is an opportunity to make a comment on a RCRA permit, and you can do that at ODEQ's website because there is pollution in the river right now. So,
DEQ's Department of Environmental Quality.
Yes. And so thank you guys so much for having me. My name's Kelsey. And as I put this presentation together, I thought about the history of this place, about the history of Tulsa, and how land is treated here, how decisions about land are made here. And I just have to let you guys know, I'm not really into land acknowledgements. And let's see. Can I do the next slide? Gotcha. So, I think they're rather empty gestures. And instead, I have pictured here the allotments of the tribal members and freedmen from Hastade's original survey. And I think it's important to see the names of the people and their families. And in light of the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine, and in honor of my Tata, I have one last thing to say before I move on. Land back. So this is the story of how our working class neighborhood ended up representing ourselves against 6 attorneys. We went through 3 judges, and we made it through trial and uncovered a shocking paper trail of violations of due process and disregard for the public trust. So were any of you guys here for the Father's Day storm in 2023? You lived through it, right? That was pretty brutal. And for those of you who didn't, we had 100-mile-per-hour winds come and knock down old growth trees. We lost a black walnut that was, it feels like a dear friend, and it's so sad. So on the heels of this sort of event, so it wasn't just the trees, it was also like not having power. So the heat is so excruciating, triple digits without heat. We slept with our front door open just to get that cross breeze. And sometimes in the evenings, as you can see pictured here, there's a field, right? This grassy area. We would just wait for that breeze to come down our street and cool us off because, again, triple-digit weather with like humidity that is so extreme, you just can't cool down. Really, there is a thing to that heat madness idea. I thought I was going insane. And so also next to these pictures of the field, there's a deed for this property, which belongs to or is owned by the school board. It says Board of Education right there. It's certified, all of this stuff. And so on the heels of this Father's Day storm, let's see, you can imagine our horror when we found out that the Board of Adjustment would be hearing a case for a proposal to pave those 4 acres, the entire field, for the construction of a new public library, when we already had one just down the street around the corner. And why? That's what we asked. Well, we'll find out why. I think I'll just go ahead and say it. It's a vanity project. Some people want to leave a legacy that honors their name, buildings with their names on it. Does it benefit our community? No. Do they care? No. And so when we went before the Board of Adjustment, we'd had our little meetings and presented cogent arguments, because we figured the first thing they needed to do, the property owner had to actually bring something before the Board of Adjustment. But we were shocked when all of the concerns that we raised and the fact that we weren't even allowed to engage with our neighbor, which is the Board of Education, right? It's elected members of the Board of Education. The Board of Adjustment are appointed volunteers. And so that becomes a problem. What we found out after the vote was that, but for the vote of a conflicted Board of Adjustment member, it wouldn't have passed. We found out after talking with the city planner, what could we do? We were told our only recourse was to appeal to district court. So we did. And if you guys can see this sort of constellation or network of overlapping interests, you can see that the Board of Adjustment member Whitney Stauffer was also on the bond committee for Tulsa Public Schools and worked closely with a library commissioner who is an employee of Tulsa Public Schools. So in violation of the policies that exist at Tulsa Public Schools, whereby you can't make off with property, of the district, right? I mean, that's the idea, because we didn't elect these people to make decisions with our public property, which is this, right? Which is the school, the campus, the soccer field. And you can also see that, let's see, have I covered it? The bond projects team. Oh, and we have Foundation for Tulsa Schools, right? Again, governed by a non-elected board of folks who get to make decisions, I guess, apparently, for our students. And the Board of Adjustment member was also the chair of the Foundation for Tulsa Schools. So she's also the boss of another library commissioner who's here as well, right? So we were like, oh, this is crazy. So our little neighborhood decided to organize, and you can see a picture of a couple of us having coffee where some contractors tried to encroach on the easement in front of one of our homes. So we made sure that we did have enough signatures going forward in our neighborhood, enough signatures just to rally the neighborhood, and we went to court. If you guys want to see that long, grueling process, you're welcome to hold your phones up and scan that. It's fascinating. It was kind of an experiment. Do the avenues available to us even work? Apparently not. But we had fun sometimes doing this. If you can see the length of the case, it was absolutely brutal, I gotta tell you. So, okay, so let's see. Did they win? It depends on what you consider winning. you'll have to go down to that site. So as we went along, we also discovered that the law firm who brought the case before the Board of Adjustment has a disproportionate influence on public works, Tulsa Public Works, and infrastructure here via appointed positions on these volunteer boards, authorities, and committees. And as you can see, these are some of the attorneys that we battled in court. The Infrastructure Development Advisory Board is, the bylaws were rewritten by one of the attorneys who we went head-to-head with in court. Another one replaced this person on the Infrastructure Development Advisory Board. So if you guys can see that. We also found out that the attorneys for the attorney who represented the, we found out that the attorneys who represented the school district also represented the library in other ways as well. In fact, this is an agenda showing that the library went ahead in violation of the stay that we had put in place, which was approved by the Tulsa Metropolitan Utility Authority. I've got about 3 minutes, so I'm trying to wrap it up, guys, as fast as I can. We had a judge disqualified because her husband was also at this law firm. And at the end of it all, we ended up on the third judge. And how did it go? Not our way, but we learned a lot, and we had to determine whether or not the fight that they put up had anything to do with the fact that the lease that supposedly they had for this property was even real. It wasn't. In fact, it had expired in The lease was only good for 7 years. And now we're dealing with this, right? As we predicted, our blind neighbor was hit because they did not have construction signs up. We have fugitive dust engulfing, passerby, women with kids in strollers, and neighbors walking their dogs. And we've even I have suffered the indignity of having a press release issued naming me when the library won. But it's not really about that. It's not really about me. What I do want to say, and I'm wrapping it up, is that, hold on, guys. What is so harrowing about the idea of returning to the land or returning the land, right? Is it a fear that someone else will control it like it has been controlled under the entitlement system, chopping up rivers, putting names on buildings, and constructing other vanity projects? I want to suggest that we can break this cycle, and I think we have to. No one knows our communities better than we do. And so what if powerful folks hire PR companies to write awful things? I don't have the answers, but I just think we have to break this cycle. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kelsey. I just, on that, I would like to just say, just if I could, before I introduce our other two here, having organized here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the conflicts of interest are just so extreme. You have so many boards, so many, why does one guy sit on so many boards? Why does one person have to do all that? And so when you start looking, and what Kelsey did with this lawsuit with the Board of Adjustment is she exposed all of the connections that were happening at all the various different levels. So we can talk more about that that when we open it up. Now we want to turn to an international perspective here. It's my honor to introduce Tiago Vasconcelos. Did I say that right? Also, Tiago has been a founding member of Companhia Antropofagia since 2002. I don't know if I did that right. Apologies for butchering the Portuguese. Being a creator of a theater festival. Can you say what's the theater festival? Mohan. Yes, so theater festival and 3 editions of a particular anthropology that I'm not going to even try here. I will put here, I'll go towards the end here, Tiago. I don't mean to butcher you here, but I will say here he's currently coordinator of the popular school agroecology and coordinator of Okra Kasi Cultural Space, both in Comuna de Terra Irma Alberta MST. Tiago is currently MST regional organizer. Thank you very much.
Good night first. We have a video. I can put the video. And some gifts.
Yes. Could you help me with that?
This is a video from Comuna da Terra, Irmã Alberta, saudation for this conference. Só dá o be briefly. Yes. I think we'll be good. And I compliment if you need to.
Okay, while we'll wait for the video, I'm going to take a second to explain. I'm sure many of you know, but Tiago is a member of the MST, Movement of Landless Workers. So I just wanted to give a context of it, 1 minute, very basic. Born in 1984, the movement now has participating over 450,000 families, so it's around 1.5 million workers. Landless workers who have been struggling to take back the land. Some have been recognized as settlements, and others are still illegal, so they're encampments. The one Tiago is part of, Irma Antonia, is still illegal, so faces eviction orders. And the MST is now extremely advanced in agroecology, producing the majority of the biological rice in Brazil, and has a lot of alliances also with universities and other supporters. And Tiago works with the cultural space in order to show how theater can enhance class consciousness. Sorry, I just had to summarize. So now the floor is yours. Sorry.
And I would to give this present, Clara, to you, Bruno, and Scott. Two gifts. It's from MST and for the Center for Heterodox Economy, and this a collection of magazines for Anthropophagica. So I will give. Thank you for inviting us. put all of this because I don't know speak English. Let's start. First, I would like to express my gratitude to all those present here, and I have a great responsibility because I'm dealing with MST, Antropofágica, and Cooperativa Paulista de Teatro, and so a lot of people are together, and a lot of people learn me the paths that I be here. So congratulations for my all comrades in Brazil now. And I would like to gratitude from Clara, Bruno, and Scott. And I will proceed with a brief presentation of me, which will be outline of the trajectory of my research and my current endeavors in the realm of collectives. I will say my professional endeavors are focused on realm of art, culture, education, with a particular emphasis on the relationship between these areas. It is important to note that these areas are related to work, class, race, and gender, all of which intertwined with history. Sometimes I learn from a very ancient movement, the naturalists, that there are a very deep relationship between art, space, politicals, and territory. So today I will talk about some territories in Brazil. This is one of the terminations that can be understood as a dialectical spatial movement. From this perspective, we can analyze how the capital attempts to impose the rules of the game all the times. How can we address or face this oppression? This is the main question. The crux this inquiry lies in the formulation of strategies to counteract this oppressive system. Now, my approach with these fields is characterized by a commitment to addressing the intricacies and nuances inherent in each domain, but that without lose sight of historical context, international context, work, class point of view. Now, I will try to do an exercise, a mnemonic exercise. I will be talk about my private trajectory, but not to be talk about me, but all of these people here in this audience trying to recover mnemonics experience with senses, with art. Why? Because the senses experience the deal with politics, conscience, and community, the name of this table, community organizing and class consciousness. We have to think when we are child, because we start to do politics before we birth. So my journey in real of art started in a music school at a very young age, where I devoted myself to development of my music aptitudes. After this long period, I had the privilege of studying at the prestigious University of São Paulo, the major public university of Brazil, to pursue my studies in Portuguese language, literature, and linguistics. It was during this period that I and numerous collaborators created a theater group called Antropofágica that will be until today. Antropofágica has 23 years old. The continuous works with theater, art, politics, and so on. And after, at the same time of this, I start my involvement with theater, and I started to take part in political activism student movement. It's very strong student movement in Brazil, and I have a lot of comrades here that I spent a lot of time talking about Brazil and our problems, and international problems. The student, after this, I'm I'm connecting with many collectivities and many movements that varies for size, purpose, and locations. Such collectivities embody a dialectical movement wherein they are both similar, distinct, undertake varied tasks and assume distinctive responsibilities. Why I'm saying this? Because it's difficult to deal with a movement with millions of people and a community with 30 persons like a theater group. There are different ways to approach and thinking about art and politics when you live in 2 or 3 different collectivities. But I believe this trajectory has led me here and learn about the senses in order to understand that I will say. I perceive the world through this. Now I will talk about the sensory because for me it's the basis of art. And so much times we forgot to care our senses. We perceive the world through the sensory experience, which serve as the primary conduct for interaction with environment and engage with others. Our work is imbued by auditory, visual, haptic, gustatory, olfactory elements, immersing us in a sensory landscape that is constantly evolving. Art, by offering the possibility of sharpening senses, helps to resist the attacks of cultural industry and to understand the extent of our suffering while showing us the possibilities of putting an end to it, to erase our rituals of suffering. Freedom of senses represents a pivotal aspect in setting ourselves free from the forces of the capital. My argument in that is that senses function as a multifaceted domain of friction between freedom of senses and the ideology of capital. This occurs not only in art, but also in labor movement, economic shifts, areas of productivity. For this, it's crucial to underscore that such endeavors are inherently challenging within our society structure. The pursuit of structural change without a structured plan will be fruitless. The notion of art, senses, and ability to establish connection with their other issues is pivotal in facilitating more intricate and effective societal transformations. The notion that consciousness is shaped by senses is particularly salient. The prevailing class conscious is intricately intertwined with the senses, works, leisure, and free time. Currently, those who wield control over our sense are the same that wield control over society as a whole. We believe that if we do not make a revolution in agriculture, in society, in art, and subjectivity, the human beings will not survive. Human beings will perish for the logic of the capitals, the structure, and your metabolism. I'm talking about the objective and subjective conditions, or all the acquaintances. When our actions led actions from MST, Antropofágica, and Cooperativa, when our elections led us to bring brigades to go into Africa, Palestine, and when we send letters protesting against colonialism all over the world, we are not going to solve the problem of these territories, but we are planting internationalism within ourselves. When we decide to plant millions of trees, we know that we are not going to solve the environmental crisis once and for all, but we are planting the ideas of the relationship between nature, between men, between women, with the land, which should not be a commodity. And when we donate food, we know that we won't solve the problem of hunger or poverty, but donating food is about showing solidarity and sharing what is produced in the other way of producing. We can change society We can't change society without internationalism, without care, without solidarity, without agroforestry, without agroecology. This goes through community organization. I can talk about my experience with theater groups, cooperatives, social movements, and that was always that we created me. Just as politics inspires art, art moves, translates, and responds to the political experience. Our experience, a theater based in a camp, in an occupation like Okaraci, is a theater based in an agroecological territory, in a territory that we think about how to work in other manners, different manners. We have solidarity, we have other ways to work, not for exploring the workers. Means that political action and artistic creation are integrated to revolutionize the way we do politics and the way, 3 minutes, we make art. Now I will talk about some, very briefly, some examples from MST and a briefly reading of Anthropophagica, a lot of papers here. Cooperativa Paulista de Teatro is the oldest of these three organizations. It's founded in 1979 during the Brazilian civil-military dictatorship and includes more than 800 artistic collectives in São Paulo. During these years, it organized several struggles in the field of institutionalized, which resulted in the creation of a lot of political policies, public policies, that, for example, Fomento ao Teatro, Prêmios a Renato, and at the same time organized several Latin American exhibitions. The MST, I think Clara talked about, and Anthropophagica is a theatrical group that has been developed activities focused on artists, pedagogy, creating dramaturgy, and creating plays all over these 20 years. Anthropophagica is a theatrical collectivity that deals with art, thinking about its dimension as social articulator, and above all, in the process of permanent revolution of the sense. So I would like to finish with the invite all the audience to know this experience. We are in Brazil. Brazil is not so close, but not impossible. And this is not a polite invite. It's a real invite. We are in Okaraci. It's a huge space. And we can talk, and we can host many of you, and we can work together in agriculture, we can work together in revolution of our sense. So I have to thank this Center for Heterodox Economics, and I will be able to, I will please to make some questions slowly for my best to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiago. We have one more speaker here. I did want to announce that we are going to be meeting after this. For those who are interested in community organizing, there's going to be something after as well. So we are going to have a fuller discussion for those that are interested. I want to now introduce our last speaker. Her name is Brittany Newton. Brittany Newton has served as an organizer in Columbus County and as Columbus County decider. She and her colleagues focus on raising the minimum wage in North Carolina and educating members of our community in the need to address economic inequality. Through grassroots tools like postcards, petitions, and phone banking, she and her colleagues are a group building the political voice in North Carolina to make a difference in that state. Thank you, Brittany.
Good evening, everyone. I would first like to say thank you for the invitation, not only to speak, but to get knowledge. Throughout this conference, I have been able to learn a lot that I did not know prior to coming here. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about me and how I got started with the organization that I am representing today. So an interesting fact about me is that I am a veteran who served in the United States Army as an 88 hotel cargo specialist for 8 years. I joined the Army straight out of high school at the tender age of 17. Some may wonder, why did I choose the military route? And that is because I am from a little place called Whiteville, North Carolina. I'm sure a lot of people do not know about it. And there was only 3 options being there. One of the 3 options was not a choice for me in my household. And those choices were military, college, or fast food restaurant. I'm guessing you guys know that fast food restaurant was not a choice that my parents was gonna allow me to do. So I did wanna go to college. However, my parents were not able to afford to pay for me to go to college, and I did not receive enough scholarships to immediately go. So that's how I joined the military. My parents obviously did the best that they could. My mom was raised by her grandmother, born in the 60s, and was able to earn her associate's degree at a local community college. She has always taught me to go after what I want and to not take no for an answer. She worked at a bank for the most part of my growing up days until she decided to get a job closer to home, in which she left and started working as an income maintenance worker for the Department of Social Services. I am proud to say that she will retire this October. My dad did not go to college and did not get a degree. However, he did go to trade school. The trade that he learned was architecture, in which he could create a blueprint in his head and not have it on paper. He added to our house that we had when I was growing up, and he added a master bedroom, a bathroom, playroom, and an additional bedroom. He is also known as the towel master, could clean a floor and buff a floor better than I have ever seen anybody do it. When he was done, you could literally see your face shining from the floor. Unfortunately, he had a stroke in 2016, which made him disabled, and the things he loved to do, he could not do anymore. I am just grateful that he is still here with us today, and he taught me that anything worth having is worth working hard for. Now, to be honest with you all, the first reason I chose to go to the military was because my dad had betted me that I wouldn't be able to do it. So being a daddy's girl, I loved to prove him wrong, and I did. My role in the military was an 88 hotel cargo specialist. Some may wonder, what does that all entail? That consists of handling everything that the Army moves by land, sea, and air. We make sure they receive supplies, weapons, mail, and equipment on a daily basis all over the world. We load and unload cargo manually or by operating material handling equipment like cranes and forklifts. Yes, I can drive those. The Army helped me become a leader that I am today by instilling in me the Army values. These values I live today, and I take them with me in everything that I do. The Army values are loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. Because of these values, I am who I am today. In basic training, they are trained to break you down, and by graduation, they are rebuilding you to become the strong soldier that you need to be. Because of this, I was able to go to college and get my associate's and bachelor's degree. But now I am faced with trying to find a job in my field of study, which is healthcare administration, in my hometown, and or finding a job that will pay me what the degree would pay. Factoring in this, and with me being a single mother of 2 beautiful children, Madison, who is 8, and Noah, who is 6, they are my pride and joy. I am working multiple jobs just to make sure that my small family is taken care of. The jobs that I currently do are HR assistant, tax preparer, nail technician, certified nursing assistant, and I help out as a business manager of 2 nonprofit organizations. Now, some of you may have seen the documentary, The Deciders. It shows a small example of my everyday life. And to the ones who have not, I would encourage you to watch it. It will give you a bigger insight of what the group Columbus County Deciders' purpose is, and with the help of the Patriotic Millionaires and the Great Economy Project. I am one of the 3 team captains with the Columbus County Deciders. We are a diverse group that has grown in number over the last year with the residents in the Columbus County. We may not agree politically, but when it comes to livelihood and the economy in our county, that is one thing that we do agree on. Trying to get our voices heard and continue to spread the word around and have other citizens understand the power that we have if we stick together and work together to get the minimum wage increased from $7.25, as well as trying to get the super wealthy and corporations in this country to pay their fair share in taxes. A little information about Columbus County is that they are one of the poorest counties in the state of North Carolina. Low wages and unfair state budget priorities continue to wreck our community. We have put aside our differences and gathered hundreds of signatures from Republicans, Independents, and Democrat voters requesting action. But so far, our Representative Brendan Jones and Senator Bill Rabin have refused to meet with us. You may ask the reason why. Well, the answer is they don't have to. The current wage floor in North Carolina is $7.25 an hour, which is $15,000 annually for full-time work. The cost of living in Columbus County for an individual without children is $14.88 an hour, roughly $30,000 annually for full-time work. For an individual with one child, it's even higher, $32.24 an hour, or roughly $67,000 a year. Now, we're talking about living wage here. The gap between what businesses are required by law to pay and what people need to meet the most basic needs is significant and growing. As you know, workers in our state, particularly those in hourly positions, have limited power relative to employees to negotiable higher wages individuals. As such, elected leaders must use the power given to them by voters to ensure that working people in our state receive a reasonable share of the proceeds of business as a matter of law, ensuring that the success of North Carolina businesses is strictly tied to the prosperity of everyday North Carolinians should be a priority for every lawmaker in the state, regardless of the assorted political leanings. One thing that our organization as Columbus County Deciders have done is festivals. We're very active in going to the different festivals that are around our area, speaking and explaining what our purpose is and what we're trying to do. We've been to Raleigh, which is our state capital in North Carolina, multiple times, trying to speak to our representatives, asking for coffee hours, sending petitions in, doing postcards, and they haven't responded. We've even called, we sent text message. We even was able to get Bill Rabin, which is our senator. He was at a veteran event, and we were able to get his personal cell number. Well, he didn't even answer that. So with that being said, it's hard as community leaders for us when we're going to our people that we vote in, and they're not even willing to hear or have a conversation with the people that voted them in. So if we can get our communities to know the power that they have within themselves if they work together, and actually, we only need 1%, of your county to be able to change. So if we can change the mind of the people and have them stick together, we can make a difference. But it's the fact of us organizing and actually getting out there. And I know a couple people were saying we have a space that people can come and talk, but we have to get out into these communities as well, because some people may not be able to travel to the space that we have for them. So if we get out in the actual communities and we're promoting and explaining our theories, it'll be better and the word will get out word of mouth is very powerful. So if we can do that, the marketing side of getting in the communities, then we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany, very much. Well, it looks like we got about 20 minutes left until 7 goes. If it's okay with the panelists, I'll just open it up for the questions, if that's all right. We'll go ahead. Any questions? Anybody?
I'll get the one in the back first.
Testing. All right. I am Ragzarita. I'm non-binary and gender fluid. I use you, your, and they, them pronouns. My masculine side is Rags, and my feminine side is Rita, and my full name is Ragzarita. So together, we're like a margarita. I am, during my day job, I have 3 different titles. I'm a behavioral health case manager, a care coordinator, and a peer recovery support specialist. In my organizing life, I am the creator and facilitator of the Sapulpa Anti-Racist Support Group, the Tulsa Anti-Racist Support Group, and I'm the senior facilitator of the Gender Support Group over at Oklahomans for Equalities, the Dennis R. Neal Equality Center. Beyond that, I organize heavily with the Tulsa Really, Really Free Market, which is an anti-capitalist, radically free event. Beyond that, I also organize with the Trans Advocacy Coalition of Oklahoma, the Gender Umbrella Assistance Collective, and I have been participating with Food Not Bombs and Cooperation Tulsa in the past. My question stems from all of those experiences. I have heard some great information here today, and as a college-educated person, I'm able to mostly parse through a lot of it. But the people that I interact with in my support groups and the people that I interact with on the street while I'm doing activism, they don't know these terms, and their brain shuts down whenever we start talking about it. My brain shut down earlier when there were a bunch of equations on the board, you know? And I've passed classes where I've used those exact, well, not those exact, but I've used equations as long as those before. And, you know, it's been 10 years, my brain shuts down now. So my question is, what work are we doing to be able to get that information to the people that need to organize so that they can understand it in a tangible way and so that it's not this big hairy mess that shuts them down? In my experience, I like to get them riffing. I'll say something like, what makes you mad about racism? And they'll just start going, and then I'll pick out things to define along the way. And I'll be like, did you know that that thing you complained about is actually a racist dog whistle? And they're like, what is that word? And then we look it up, we read articles about it, we'll sit right there at the table and we'll do it. But the thing is, whenever we're talking about all this, not everybody even has the drive to learn this stuff, but it is important for them to understand why it's important. So we need to be able to figure out how to communicate it in ways that get them to be motivated to do the organizing.
Hi, my name's Savannah. I am from Tulsa and am organizing from afar with the Oklahoma City DSA, primarily in the labor, worker, and immigrant rights working groups. And with the new legislative session in Oklahoma and the inauguration of Trump, our chapter has seen a rise in popularity and interest among new people interested in organizing. Additionally, I have noticed an increase in protest organizing by other newer organizations in Oklahoma who, instead of joining an existing and a well-established group, choose to create their own that have no clear goals, not a clear platform, or any agenda whatsoever, and instead vaguely organize around being anti-fascist and pro-human rights, which can mean a variety of things. So what suggestions do you have as experienced organizers for people just now getting involved or who are been organizing in established groups to interact with these newer groups that are gaining popularity? How should we engage with these new organizations who do not seem to be organized whatsoever? Thank you.
Great question.
Thank you very much. We get a few more questions. I'm gonna get Naidu here, and then I got Yvette over there. Yeah, go ahead.
Had your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's okay. I actually had a comment for Joanne. Thank you for describing sort of the struggle of care workers, because I think one of the challenges that we as economists or economics as a discipline faced is how do we define work, and care work has typically been something, particularly work that gets done, even if it's paid, but it's done within the household sphere, has been something that's been excluded. And even now we struggle with trying to give it its proper due, right? So when you talk about the overtime, right, which is not something that would have been an issue. I mean, I know everyone's struggling in terms of wages, etc., but sort of historically, industrial workers did fight for overtime, and in some of that organizing, care workers actually were excluded from that organizing, in at least US history at least, right? So thank you for talking about it and describing the struggles, and also how the care workers that you're working with are kind of uniting workers across different professions and different industries to think about what a 24-hour work day might mean.
Quick over here, and I got to get one more, and then we're going to let the questions, and we can get others. Go ahead.
My name is Yvette, and I said hello, how are you in our language, Muskogee. And I know there are people here from all over the world, so I wanted you to know, because very rarely do people bring this up, you are on Indian land. Thank you, Kelsey Mado, for not doing a land acknowledgement, but you have my tribe, the Muskogee, a block over. It covers, she showed a lot of that on the map. We are in Cherokee Nation right now. You go that way just a little ways, and it's Osage. So a mile northwest of here is where the three tribes come together. But I'm an ecologist. I'm not an economist. I just hang out with economists. And my question is for the gentleman from Brazil, because indigenous people around the world are brutalized, marginalized, industrialized, and it's been that way. Here in the United States, 400 years, but we're still here. So, as an ecologist, you live in one of the most important areas in the world. So, is your work hopefully helping preserve indigenous land and the ecosystems that are so important, not just to Brazil, because all of those boundaries are man-made. And so all of our beings, this goes beyond being human-centric. All of the plants and animals, even down to the soil, the macroinvertebrates, it all is connected. And it's very important that that is protected, and it's almost always indigenous people, regardless of the continent that you are on, that loses that land. And then the corporations and the people with the money come in and they develop, which causes more problems. So I just want to say, one, thank you, and how do you protect your ecosystems?
Okay, the last one here is going to come from Sophia. Here you go. We can circle back again.
Hi, my name's Sophia Rahman. I'm a student at the University of Tulsa, and I guess I'll call myself an organizer in training. I've often seen that in our movements, it's really, really easy to become divided over how you should accomplish something, and even if you have the same goal. So do you have any practical advice for how to maintain unity in a movement in face of that?
Go Go ahead and start answering that, and then we can circle around for other questions. And yes, go ahead, answer. Let me let this person say one thing.
What I want to say is, in 1949, when I was just a little kid, we had a thing from Superman, and it said, "Now remember, boys and girls, if somebody asks about race, religion, or country of origin, tell them that's un-American." You know why we had that? We didn't have any propaganda.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Cheers. You can answer. All you guys answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I try to answer the first guy who talked about that, right? Before I answer that, I think, I'm really thank you for Scott and Carla and all this, putting this together. See, as an organizer, we always start where people are at. See, like the society very divided, and left hand fight against right hand. Basically, that's how they control us. And we are no exception. We face that problem when we talk to people on the street or people come up to us. But we start there, right? And like when we organize, give example, the home care worker. Usually we talk about racism. It's attitude. That's a very shallow kind of talk about racism. But we try to start with, they have a problem with their wages. We start with that. But then we go through with them about how to get it. For example, 24 hours. In New York City, you have 24 hours. Go out of New York City, go to Buffalo. It's same state, nothing like that. But why? Because Buffalo mostly white, or even Afro-American. But in New York City, a lot of immigrant, people of color, black, whatever. Then they have a 24 hour. Why is that? Then the racism is no longer just appearance, attitude. So people can see that, go beyond what initially they just say, why we do that? It's super exploitation. Which is like people need to know, not just like exploitation. When the racism really manifests in the economic, is super exploitation. And then people understand that. And that's what we fight. And at the end of the day, we're very successful. Like earlier, Mr. Ling talked about Chinese. It's not necessarily for Chinese. But to be able to turn around our community, elect a black Latino to be a city council. Who do that? We work cut across all this crap. We unite. We elect a majority Chinese community, elect a black and Latino to be a city council. And he really fight against 24-hour workday, against displacement. The 24-hour day, not just a 24-hour day, earlier, also limit the overtime. No such a thing in America. People could force the work overtime. If you don't work overtime, you will be fired. But we put a legislation in there, no to 24 hours. 1 week, a maximum 56 hours. It's not a union contract. Only benefit only group of workers, which is economic. We talk about political. Do you heard about legislation say no more than 56 hours? Actually, at the beginning, 50 hours. But the union fight. They say, no, we need 56. We compromise. But essentially, this new legislation is there. And the Democrats refuse to make a vote. Because once they vote, they got to pass. So that's why it's really, we fight racism in that content. And that's the only way we can win. We don't fight racism, sexism. You missed the point. It's a political. It's not just economic. Because we connecting. That's how I think when we talk to people, you got to start where they at. Then they realize, oh, yeah, why women got paid like that? Why people color pay like that? Then we able to unite with other people, not just people of color. Also, white folks, we bring them together because they also suffer in that sense.
I'm going to address some of the same questions from different my perspective. Like I said, I was, trained, in college, right? Similarly, use all these different academic vocabularies, before I, went into the organizing. And I think it's not just about the vocabulary, but deep down, I think the college teach us to be above the community, to make us see ourselves separate, from it. And we without, realizing it. But actually the institution, it teaches us, to how to better, divide the community and serve the ruling class interests. And I think that's on purpose, why all this knowledge seem to be, inaccessible, to the community. And, if we are holding that kind of mindset, looking down on the community, then when we go in, we just act like the experts, right? Because experts hold the knowledge. They depend on it, to make money. But this knowledge, actually, people, know about, and they're hungry, about, they want to know how they can fight back, how they can protect their community. So, when we go in, when, like myself, right, when I first go in, of course, probably like many people, I face that challenge. But I think one thing really helped is that, it kind of forced me to reflect on myself, right? Who am I? Where am I, in this community? Am I part of this community or am I outside of this community? We are no different, right? We get the education, we might get higher income, but, we're still facing the same problem, right? Long hours, higher rent, and, lower pay. Our generation is actually poorer than the previous generations, and actually our generation is more divided, than the previous generations. So I think the, community, when they see us, they really want to know where we are from. How do we see ourselves? Am I with them or am I not? So if we are just go by, the school's training, then naturally the community won't accept us, right? But do we also like thinking that? Do we think that, oh, the community need us or that we need the community? Do the revolution need me or we need the revolution? Not just like changing other people, but also through that process, change ourselves. So from that, I also, share, gradually I see, more because I got challenged a lot, by the workers that I organized with. Then I realized that, oh, all these laws, all these zoning laws, they are designed to be that complicated, but we demystify that. We present, why it matters politically, because people are very political. We actually successful in creating a people-first rezoning plan, the Chinatown Working Group plan, that contrary to what the city have been doing, which allows the developer to build tall, we actually propose to put a limit
on any new development from coming into Chinatown and the Lower East Side. And that way to discourage the speculation and demand that more truly affordable housing to be built. And this plan actually served in a way to bring together Chinatown and the Lower East Side, which is very diverse neighborhood. Chinese, blacks, Latinos, whites, you name it. We're able to bring them together because, you know, through the plan, you know, we organize and people see their common interests. You know, whether you live in the public housing or you have a Section 8 or any other type of housing, or, you know, you have any connection to the community. You don't have to just live here, but you work here, do small business here. You all have the same interests, you know, to protect the neighborhood. So that way, I think we're able to overcome a lot of these divisions, you know, by seeing, you know, our common interests, and including, you know, myself and other, you know, young people who organize, because we also, you know, feel very discouraged, right, in the current state of things. But how are we gonna, you know, change that? So I think that's the very, you know, good perspective, you know, of how we see the community, how we see ourselves. And I think when we're able to overcome that, then we're able to also, you know, bring others in, and, you know, as we see, you know, that we have the common fight.
I just want to add something real quick about how to speak to people in the street or new people who are organizing. When I first got involved with the Workers' Center, it was just as a helper. I was a journalist, and a friend told me about the Chinese Staff and Workers Association, and so I went and volunteered as an English teacher. I saw myself as just helping these immigrant workers. I thought, well, I was born here, I educated here, speak English, and I felt I was different from them, and that maybe by teaching them English, they could, you know, they or their children would move up in this country. That's what I was socialized to believe. But in the process of teaching English, some of the restaurant workers in class invited me to their pickets, because before that I didn't really know what was going on in the Workers' Center. And when I went to the picket, these were Chinese workers standing and picketing Silver Palace and other restaurants in Chinatown against their Chinese boss, demanding their wages and everything, and tips stolen. And I was just blown away, because I'd never seen Chinese people fighting like that and yelling and screaming for the rights. And it made me feel a different kind of pride, because I felt always ashamed, because my family, a lot of restaurant and garment workers, and I just felt like all we do is work. But here, you know, I got to see and be part of like a fighting movement, and my people were part of it and leading it. And so at that time, I had always thought myself, not even as a worker, I thought I was a journalist, like professional. Even though I was working 1,000,000 hours and I got carpal tunnel syndrome as a result of working on the computer, I didn't think I was a worker or exploited or anything until I got involved in organizing. And especially with these women workers, right, like the No More 24 is really my fight too. I had no idea when I was experiencing the long hours that I was being exploited, and that we could do something about it. We had a union, but they didn't do anything about it. Anyway, but here it was like, you know, an example. And I think that's what I mean, I guess, because we see a lot of young people now coming forward, and a lot of them got involved through different things because of Black Lives Matter, anti-Asian violence, you know, a lot of people, young people wanting to fight racism, but looking for a way to fight systemic racism, because, you know, you can go to some rallies and then there's another incident that happens, and, you know, but how do we address the systemic racism? And I think that connects to what Jae-Shun was just saying, what we are trying to do through the struggle, the displacement struggle, anti-displacement struggle, the No More 24, They're examples of how systemic racism plays out in our society and how we can fight it. Thank you.
Me? Oh gosh, like I'm taking notes up here. So, I think in some ways approaching folks with an intent to change their minds is a little coercive, and that's not a good way to organize with folks. So, just generally speaking, that's not an approach that I take, or that I like taken with me. So, pardon? Right. And for something significant to happen, I think that, you have to give a lot of your time, and it has to be sincere. It has to be authentic. You have to be in the community, because only we know our communities the best, in our communities. I do think that, before I pass this on, there was one thing that I wanted to mention, and one way that I think we've been successful, at least here in Tulsa, it has to do with the whole idea of experts. And when you look at the Arkansas River, you can tell that refineries on the banks are not going to necessarily work with the recreational space that they created. And so industrial, recreational, how do you reconcile those? Well, you can't, because they don't. And you don't have to be an expert to know that. And so, again, if there's anything in that you can take, go for it.
I made a couple of notes to touch based on the questions that was being asked. One of the questions was, how do you speak on the level of who you're explaining everything to? With that being said, for me, when I joined this organization that I'm part of, I joined because a flyer went out to certain individuals in our area, and my mom actually was one of the ones that was invited to it, and she was like, hey, come on and go with me to this meeting. Initially, before going to the meeting, I knew nothing about it. I didn't have a desire to know anything about it, because I'm just living my life because I'm young, right? So when I went there, they actually were giving a synopsis of what is going on, and one of the conversations was work hearts, which is the people who are working, is what they called. And that specific synopsis was about taxes, and saying how, if you paid a penny or a dollar in taxes, you paid more than the rich did that year. And so that specific meeting was what made me, oh wow, I don't know what's going on, so I need to pay attention. And it made me want to go and continue to go. And that's how I got started in it. And the other question was, how do you get together with people who already have their own organization started and not wanting to come together with the ones who've already did the lay work for the organization? I would say meet with them, go to one of their meetings, and see what they're talking about, and then you can have a conversation and build together and make it better, and merge the two organizations together. And then you already have the groundwork, but you have to start it by having that conversation with them, finding out where their mental is regarding the same goals that you may have, and they just might have a different way of showing it. So have that conversation. And the other thing was how to maintain unity. I would say in my organization specifically, because I can only speak on what I got my hands in, we don't always agree. However, we are able to have those votes. We have a code of conduct that we use. And so if you have a game plan in place for when you don't agree with each other, but y'all can have that conversation, it will allow you to stay together. It will allow you, like I said earlier, we are a group of nonpartisan. We have everybody in our group, right? So we don't always agree on what our points of view are, but we have that conversation. Those tough conversations, we have it. And it's okay to disagree. it's okay to have a little argument, but we become a family, and families don't always agree, but they come together and they love each other and they build solutions. So that's what I would suggest for the questions that were asked.
About the question of if I understand indigenous people and be marginalized in Brazil and all of the world, and about the relationship between indigenous peoples and ecology and between agroforest mainly, because indigenous people, it's people from the forest. So I don't use the name of Amazonia in English because you know this entrepreneur, I forbidden myself to use the Amazonia in English. Yes, because you know. The true history, Amazonia is an anthropogenical forest. It's not a forest that be there by the nature. This is true. The scientific studies shows that Amazonia is made by work for thousands and thousands of years of indigenous peoples. It's not a natural, only natural forest. It's the real forest. For this, Amazonia never can be like when we have borders and nation. Amazonia always will be for who build Amazonia, who create Amazonia. Indigenous create Amazonia. Indigenous people. Amazonia, it's not like other forests. The scientific term is anthropogenic forest. This is Amazonia. Personally, I have my ancestrality. I have one name that's Quaraci. I'm Brazilian. My ancestrality comes from different parts, from the northwest of Brazil, and I have this. And Anthropophagica has a very good relation with this, because we have a lot of people with indigenous ancestrality inside the group. And the name of Ocaraci, it's an indigenous language, Tupi language, that means, the name of the festival, Monhango Ocaraci, means Monhang is movement. Okara is the place that the people go united together to be and dancing and take decisions. Like we can say, like a square, I don't know how to say. And C likes mother. So it's like a matriarchal square in movement. This is the name of the festival. This is the real name. And about the relationship with the forest, it's important because this anyone here can contribute. We are in the MST in a campaign to plant 100 million trees until 2030. So we have 5 years to this. We are already planting 40 million trees throughout Brazil. It's a huge number of planting trees from MST. And this idea to planting trees is historical. It's an indigenous practical that contribute to. And it's political when we think about this with thinking in other society project. And the great space that we have, MST has 24 million hectares. This means 240 mil quilômetros quadrados. Fala aqui, senão eles não escutam.
It is 240,000 square kilometers.
Yes, this is square kilometers. So this is biggest than New Jersey,
This is bigger than Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Rwanda, Eswatini. This is the area that MST cares in Brazil. And with join the areas of MST, join the areas that indigenous people care, this is a continuous revolution with work and nature. And for end this, Brazil was, is, and will be always an indigenous land.
With that, I would like to close out this first full day of the Shea Conference. I want to thank the members of our panel here. I want to thank our audience here. I think Clara said that there's like food, right?
Yeah, so there's some pizza. So tomorrow there'll be like more food. It's going to be Lebanese, and there'll also be drinks. Tonight we were a bit austere because the idea is to try to get as many of you to kind of come, even if we're all exhausted, to this informal assembly to see what we can do here in Tulsa. I know you're all tired, so whoever wants to join, please. So the pizza's downstairs. It should be good. And then from tomorrow, we'll have a larger dinner with Lebanese food in the evening to close off the whole thing. Yes.
Just, I forgot, just one bibliography that will translate in English about the indigenous. Falling Sky. It's great, huge book from David Kopenawa. It's a Yanomami guy. So it's Falling Sky. Reading this book, and we'll learn a lot about indigenous.
Cheers. Hey, thank you very much, guys. Okay, we are adjourned. The pizza's downstairs, so those who want to come up, we can talk later. Okay, cheers.